Okay, this is going to be our next episode. I believe this is session
Two.
3. Well, it's session 3. We started at session 0 because CS gang. So welcome back everybody to our Cogent game in Redguard. We have the same cast again as yesterday. We picked up an additional person. Ivan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yo, I'm playing serious.
He's
I
playing
don't even
serious.
remember what his voice is supposed to be, so you know.
Don't worry about it. And so we're gonna pick up where we left off last time. So unfortunately, Uthred has rolled the lowest on our recap roll, and he will be giving a recap of last session. So Uthred.
Okay. So where the session started, it started with us in the Diligence District at the Weeping Anvil, which is it's an old warehouse that someone named Kilroy had bought. It started off with Uhtred and Helena waking up. Helena and Uhtred talked to Kilroy, but in the fuss of trying to get Helena out of her room, for Randy's big ass arm was in the way.
Indeed.
Felix woke up and heard the bustle, and we all stepped outside of the Weeping Anvil to talk about what was going on for the day. Well, Kilroy, I believe, had to go to the medical district to get some treatment done for his injuries. And Uhtred inquisited about work, and the three of them settled on going to the Pinkerton Detective Agency to seek out work. On the way there, we passed Brightward District, where we saw a young boy on the kind of like in the 1920s and early 1900s, like proclaiming like, here's what happened, read all about it if you buy this newspaper. And what it was the Redguard Ripper had returned.
Redwall Ripper. The
Redwall Ripper had returned and killed 2 people in the Castle District. And everyone was a bit concerned about this. So what we decided to do, because the detective agency is over in Guildsport, right near Garrison Ward and close to Yellowbelly, we decided that, Uhtred more decided that he was going to go search out some weapons. So the 3 of them made across the square to Alex's arms, right?
No.
Or Ash's arms. There
Asher's arms. Hey, you got it.
Asher's arms. Sorry. And Uhtred bartered and got a Bollock dagger, and Asher made a proposition to Uhtred that if he went into the square and started promoting her business, that if one person bought a dagger, he would receive half of his funds back for the dagger was all he had. Was worth all the money he had, which he swindled from a guardsman. He got a noble lady. Excuse me, narrator. Don't know why I'm blanking on her name.
Her name is Dawn Lightbringer. She is the sister of Luck Lightbringer.
And the group had met her earlier, the previous day in Castle Tearstone.
Correct.
For a feast. He persuaded her and the guards to go over to Asher's arms and to purchase a dagger to protect herself from the Redwall Ripper. While they were there, Felix and the lady began to talk because they had hit it off at the dinner party. And Uhtred came up. Excuse me. While Uhtred was proclaiming in the square, Helena went to go talk to priests about the religion of the Bright Lord, and found out some interesting theology, and she tried to get into a theological argument with the priest. Eventually, she made her way back over to the group, but not before Uhtred walked up and helped close the deal with the dagger and recognized one of the guards. The guard's name was Tom. He's the one he had swindled out of the money out of previously. And they went into a back alley, and Uhtred came up with the deal to play flip a coin, best 2 out of 3. He bet his his rucksack with all the items, his dagger, and his red handkerchief that the guard so desperately wanted, and the guard anteed up his Bollock dagger. Anyway, the guard lost, and Uhtred retained all of the items that he put up and got a second dagger. At this point, the group had decided to go over to the Pinkerton Detective Agency. We went up and met an interesting character named Gronk who was enthralled with bread. But not just any bread, the bread from the store down below. We went up there and met with Micah Pinkerton. There was another man there seeking out the butler of House Roseguard that had been in the city and was missing. The man was leaving, and Uhtred and Felix got out of the way, however, Helena did not. And she got pushed down and spat on. At this point, the group began to engage in talks about why they should get hired with Micah. Felix and Helena were not very good at these discussions as they almost did not get hired. Uhtred ended up convincing Micah that each person in the group was integral into the job, which the job was to go to a bathhouse in Beach Bazaar.
Remember the name of it by chance?
The Supple Pleasure or something like
Supple
that.
Spa.
Okay, Vince got it. Good.
The Supple Spa to catch a man engaging in infidelity.
Yes.
And we decided to take the job. We got some bread and ate and kind of did some light RP. Nothing major was dropped, except the fact that Helena and Felix found out that Uhtred was constantly pushed down and spat on as a kid. At this point, we decided to make our way over to Beach Bazaar. While we were there, Uhtred was kind of everyone was kind of enthralled by the sights and the smells of the bazaar. And they bumped into a large, lanky man who was bald and a young child. And upon everyone kind of dusting themselves off and getting up, the two men, or the man and the child, tried to escape. While they were trying to escape, Uhtred, Felix, and Helena all realized that they had lost stuff. Helena had lost her priceless jeweled bracelet. Uhtred had lost the rest of his silver, or his copper pieces, and Felix had lost his copper pieces. So we engaged in pursuit. Felix was a distraction and distracted both the men, while Uhtred sleight of handed both of the money pouches from the young kid, but could not find the bracelet. It come to find out that the man had lifted the bracelet, and he hightailed it out of there. Uhtred followed in pursuit. They all did. However, Uhtred, being used to the streets and growing up on the streets, was able to weave in and out of the crowds a lot easier than Felix and Helena. Chased the man up to a rooftop, and the man got away because Uhtred fell into a awning. Anyway, he made his way back to Helena and Felix and proclaimed that he could not get her bracelet back. This sent Helena into anger, and they approached a guardsman who basically told them that they had to make a report. They tried to convince him to just go look for the man himself, but he was not having it, as these were beggar kids trying to persuade and threaten a sergeant in the guard. They made their way over to Garrison Ward, where they had to make the report.
Did all of you go to Garrison Ward?
I'm not done yet. So on the way there, Uhtred apologized for not being able to get her bracelet back, and she called him incapable. And kind of unpleasantries were exchanged, and Uhtred decided to part ways and go finish the job that they had been hired for. Helena and Felix continued to Garrison Ward when Uhtred went back to Beach Bazaar to go look for the Supple bathhouse. And Felix and Helena went to the Garrison Ward and tried to make a report, where they once again found the man who was looking for the butler from Roseblood, the House Roseblood. They found out, and it was not the same butler that Sirius had constantly talked about, but was another butler from the house. They were able to convince.
That is not what you learned. That's
what I believe.
That is what you guys lied about. Remember, because that's what Vince lied about.
Yes,
or I'm sorry, Felix lied about.
What did I lie about?
Because remember, you guys were trying to ascertain the name of this butler, and the guard was like, "Well, there are tons of butlers of House Roseblood. You need to give me a name, or I can't disclose sensitive police information." And you guys kind of wormed your way, and you figured out this butler's name, which I hope you guys remember or wrote down, because that's on you guys. And continue.
They
It's the same guy. They're all looking. This guy, this
Mhm.
this hooded figure is looking for this butler's kid. This kid, the butler.
Well, Helena filled the report out and began to get confrontational with the guard taking in the paperwork. And it had looked like he was going to burn the report when they left. They left, and Felix tried to convince Helena that they needed to go find Uhtred, as he is more streetwise than they are. Helena was not having it and proclaimed that she would go into Yellowbelly to look for sketchy figures, in her words. Felix decided to go find Uhtred and go to the beach bazaar.
So what I'm gonna have you do, you describe what you do, Jake, and then Helena, you're gonna describe what
Okay.
you do.
Well, Uhtred had found the bathhouse, portrayed the figure of a young beggar boy trying to support his family, to clean up any parts of the spa that needed cleaning. The mudblood kind of dimwit out front was like, sure. And Uhtred got in. He has something called a freezer, and he cleaned and
camera.
waited for the right time. Well, it's called a freezer.
But like
in
it functions like a camera where you take
Yes.
things called
Yeah, but
freezes.
it's a
and
one-shot thing. You can only shoot once, and
Yeah.
It's like a
it'll save the
disposable.
frame. Well, no, it's not disposable. It can be reused, but whatever picture you take, it loses the old one.
Anyway, Felix approached and tried to get in and help, but they weren't having it because the bathhouse has a strict no kids policy. And Uhtred waited for the right moment, captured the picture, and went outside after and found Felix, and they went into the Pinkerton Detective Agency's building and claimed their money. At this point,
So let's stop there before you guys
there
exit.
for Uhtred and Felix, and then we'll move on to Helena.
So Helena, what did you go do when you went to Yellowbelly?
Ah.
Okay. Helena went searching through alleyways to find sketchy people so she could hire them to find her stolen necklace stolen bracelet that belonged to her mama. So she eventually found this man, and she was talking about how expensive this bracelet was. Then another man appeared, then another man, and then another woman appeared. And she realized soon she was surrounded by these very sketchy people. And so Helena realized this and started to run. And then they entered combat, and Helena could not escape. She was getting jumped by these four very intimidating, sketchy people. And they attempted to stab her multiple times, but luckily her jacket she caught from Vex guarded her from many of the blows. How much do you want me to describe? Do you want me to describe the whole thing?
Describe the whole thing.
Okay. So, after a couple seconds, Helena surrendered and offered to give up her jacket in exchange for her life. And so she surrendered that, and then the sketchy people started fighting over the jacket. And a popular figure known as Level 1 Thug got stabbed in the back. And everyone left except the grandma and Level 1 Thug. And the Level 1 Thug was stumbling towards Helena, begging for help. This is when Helena cracked. She did multiple things to try to murder the thug, as in like grabbing the thug and pushing him into a wall so the knife would stab deeper into his back. And then she tried to grapple on top of the thug and bang him against cardboard boxes. And then she finally got the knife out of his back. And at this moment, she is in bloodlust mode.
Don't forget that she drug him into the alleyway after he had already
Yes.
left the
Well,
alleyway.
no. I think we gotta get to the point where she tortured him.
attempted to drag the thug away from the street into the alleyway. She got jumped in. She didn't make it all the way because she's not the strongest out of the group. So she started stabbing him repeatedly. She slit his throat all the way around and stabbed his stomach over and over and over again. And then she started sucking his blood, which is breaking an ancient law. And after she got done sucking all of the blood from his corpse, Helena looked around and saw
Just
Captain
casually, like
Royce
you do.
sitting there, bawling in
Not
tears
sitting.
and
She had some
crying
guards with her, but yeah.
with her.
You know, after you just like suck someone to death, like you do.
Continue.
Just normal everyday things,
Hello?
you know.
Continue, Zammy. Zammy? Oh, did Zammy's mic die?
I can pick up if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
After Helena had noticed.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
there
back.
you go. Okay.
Hello?
All right, there we go.
Zammy?
Oof.
Oof. Jake, continue.
Okay, after she had sucked all the blood dry and noticed Commander Royce there, with two other guards, with tears in her eyes, the two other guards were ordered to capture into.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Go ahead, Zammy.
There we go. Okay, continue.
Oh, when did it cut out?
Cut out when you were saying that Commander Royce showed up.
Okay, so Commander Royce was there, bawling in tears, with her mama's bracelet in her hand. And so they exchanged long eye contact. So Captain Royce started to cry more, and then Helena broke down and sobbed to the floor. And she was arrested by Royce and her guards and are now being carried up to the jail, I believe.
Yeah, so the party kind of encountered, so I'll place the tokens here, what kind of happened. And so they kind of saw each other on the street, basically. As they were coming down from Peakerton's detective agency, Felix and Uthred saw Helena being escorted through the streets with this mob of people following her, screaming, "Bloodsucker! Amon! Amon! Bloodsucker!" And leading her through the streets, and she was being pelted by like rocks and tomatoes and stuff, and guards were like pushing people back. Yeah, shame, shame. And so yeah, we're gonna pick up. We're gonna go ahead and pick up Uthred and Felix. I'm gonna assume as it gets later in the day, you guys are gonna head back towards the Weeping Anvil.
The Weeping Anvil.
Go sleep.
I don't know what else to do since
And so I'll say so. You guys probably followed the crowd for a bit.
We followed to Garrison Ward at least, and then split off
Yeah.
at Bright Ward.
And then so you guys kind of so she was led up here and taken into custody. And then you guys kind of are there, and I guess you kind of like with your heads down walk back towards.
Uhtred doesn't have his head down.
Sure. Back towards the Weeping Anvil, which I should mark on the map. So real quick before we go any further, Sirius, would you mind telling me what you did that day? As you'd worked.
Sure.
So you kind of woke up a little bit late.
Yeah. So, sort of before or 2 sessions ago, I guess at this point, we had that training session with Flint where Sirius sort of learned how to use medium swords a bit more.
Yep.
Got a little bit athletic from it. So Sirius is probably spending his time at the Weeping Anvil, I'd think, sort of practicing his fighting skills, maybe on like a tree outside or something.
You're using a stick, I assume, like a long stick, because you don't have a medium sword.
Yeah.
But you could find a stick. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Because he'd probably think back to when they tried to peek into the library, and he'd probably think, well, I'd probably need to go with Kilroy if I want to get in there again.
So you guys, you can just spend the day just kind of relaxing and kind of, just like messing around, practicing with your stick, talking to the
Randy's
other people.
been drawing pictures with chalk.
Yeah, Randy's been drawing pictures with chalk, and you guys just kind of took like a nice like easy day of just like a day of R&R and relaxation, as you weren't quite sure where everybody else went, but yeah, sure. What did you guys do about food? Did you eat anything yesterday?
We ate bread.
They did, but Sirius, what did you guys? Maybe you guys probably. I'm trying to think because you guys do need to eat. You have water at the place, but
So
do you have commerce points, or did you guys go ask?
I'm
for
assuming
food?
that I'd probably stop by something like, where would one typically go to get food?
Tavern Town.
Tavernton.
Tavern Town.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tavernton, not Tavern Town.
I'd probably head to Tavernton, make sure that my hood is up, as I'm around that area.
Okay. Yeah, and so you would have gotten some food, and it's pretty cheap, and so I'm assuming you would have gotten it for Randy and stuff too.
Yeah.
And for Knox.
And for Knox, and brought it back, and yeah, so you guys have had a chill day, relaxing. Yeah, and so right about I'll say around like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, Uthred and Felix, you guys begin to make your way back towards the Weeping Anvil, and one thing I'll say though, Sirius, let me move you guys over to Weeping Anvil. One thing I will say is that Kilroy came back that day, and I did not mention this when I should have, Sirius, but so Kilroy, he has his leg which is casted up, but the rest of his body is really wrapped up actually, like he has significant scarring over most of his body. I never mentioned that, and I should have, but yeah.
I guess that makes sense considering what he went through.
Yeah, and so
I don't know what he went through, do I?
You do so Jake.
Yeah.
So Sirius, do you want to explain what Killer went through? Because Jake, your character was there, but remember you fell asleep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we were at that feast or whatever with Flint, and we happened to go on the topic of like what was up with Kilroy. If you remember Vex saying that like there was like some sort of swimming accident that he was involved in. That's more specifically, he got attacked by this monster called a trench lurker, which is basically this dormant monster sort of thing that can stay underwater for like 15, 20 years at a time, but basically jumps on unsuspecting wildlife and people.
Well, it's more like it's attached to the it's almost like a squid thing that's attached to it, but like embeds itself in the bottom of one of these places and it buries itself in kind of its own little trench thing, and then it'll use its arms, these kind of spiky arms, these tentacles with spikes in them, to kind of lure up, and it'll feel for anything above, and if it finds anything, it'll grab it and like so basically wrap its spike-covered tentacles around it and drag it down and drown it. And
how the fuck did he survive that?
Good
question. But I think like he basically became like clinically dead, effectively, right? Like his heart stopped or something like that.
So
and then they
what Flint said is that Kilroy was dead for probably 15 to 10 minutes. He's not quite sure. He wasn't breathing for that long, and when Flint pulled him out, his body was super duper mangled and couldn't even really. It was bad. But he put on Kilroy this thing called a chiller, which apparently he said, and so Felix, you want to take note, it's something that he said that helped preserve his brain. And
yes, I know. I already noted that. And
then he kind of ran Kilroy off as fast as he possibly could, and kind of in record speed on his iron bread back to Redwall, because this lake wasn't very far away. And Kilroy died like I think I said 3 more times. His heart stopped 3 more times in the next 48 hours, but he managed to pull through thanks to Lady Redguard and the healing technologies that they have. Though it was difficult, it would have been much simpler to save somebody who doesn't have a low beast blood purity, and Kilroy is about as mud blood as like. I think if I remember, he's about as mixed blood, about as unbeast. He has the lowest beast blood percentage that at least Flint or Lady Redguard has ever seen. So he's like nothing special about him. He's like fucking way too mixed. He's a mutt. So yeah, so that's what you would have known from the conversation.
Okay. I
actually had a pretty good monologue, but I should have recorded that session. If I would have known easier to record. But yeah, so Sirius, the whole point of that was that around like 4 to 3, Kilroy comes back to to the Weeping Anvil, and he's no longer on his crutches, and his leg that was in a cast is now not in a cast, and he's kind of limping around like he's kind of relearning how to walk a bit. And one of his legs is obviously like much like kind of like the muscles in it aren't as developed as his other leg, but he kind of comes in and he's all kind of ecstatic and like kind happy, and he kind of like tells you that he got his cast taken off, and that his bones didn't get malformed or anything, and that they healed the right way, and that he's just kind of happy. And he actually went ahead and on the way back bought some food himself. So you guys have a lot of food now, and he was gonna have like a little like feast because he was just happy. One thing that did happen though is that actually no, never mind. I'll leave that for later. Okay. Cool. Yeah, and so you guys are getting back. So you guys are like maybe you're down here sitting around this box with like all the food that you guys have gathered, just kind of chilling out and having fun and gonna enjoying the end of a nice autumn day. And so then Helena and
Actually, not Helena.
I'm not
Felix.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Felix.
Felix and Uthred, you guys are walking up on the Weeping Anvil right about now. Let me delete Helena's thing here. Okay.
So I walk up and I look at Felix and goes, what are you going to tell him?
I don't know. I don't even. It feels like it's not real.
But it is real.
But there's no way. Why would she? I don't understand why she did that. Like, why? She had.
Why do vampires do what vampires do?
I don't think it's really fair of you to just judge her based on the fact that she's a vampire.
People judge me based off the fact I'm a mudblood.
I don't.
And I walk in.
So inside, you see Sirius and Koyo and Kilroy all kind of sitting around this box, and Kilroy and Sirius are playing cards, and Kilroy is not sitting down. He's leaning up against the side of the thing here, and
does his dog run up to me, smelling my food?
So the second you open up the door, Koyo kind of alerts up and looks over towards you, and just realizes it's you, and just kind of lays his head back down. He's already had a big fill of food.
I'll walk up to Kilroy and go, so I see you got your cast removed.
Hey, and he kind of turns around, and his face, like his eyes are wide. He's ecstatic. He goes, Uthred, look at my leg. And so you see his leg, and it's like smaller than his muscle, but it's straight, and it's not all mangled and malformed.
I go, you're lucky, man. I've seen a lot of people go through bad accidents and not be as lucky as you. Congratulations. And I kind of like give him like a bro hug on the back, a bro pat on the back.
He kind of just smiled, and he's all ecstatic and everything. And
now I'm gonna look at him and go, now look what I got today. I'm gonna pull out my 2 daggers.
Whoa! You got a Bollock dagger too?
This one I paid for, but got half price. The other one I won in the game a chance against Tom, the guard again.
He kind of looks down at the dagger, and he looks at your dagger, the one that you bought, and he kind of grabs it, and he kind of flips it over in the end, and he sees Asher's. It looks like a flaming anvil, and he goes, "Did you buy this from Asher?"
I did. She also says to say hi, and that you should stop over by her shop sometime.
Oh, Asher is good people. She taught me some stuff a while ago. And Felix, are you kind of sauntering by, like?
No, I am literally outside the door. I'm where I am, and I peek in, and I'd be like, Uhtred, did you tell them yet?
Tell them about the daggers? Of course I did.
No, Uhtred, like, it's serious.
Felix,
you could die.
Inside.
I look at Felix and go, then get in here and you tell them then.
I don't...
Fine. Helena did what all vampires do, and she sucked the blood out of some dude on the streets.
She also killed them.
Yes, she killed him.
Kilroy kind of just drops this dagger. It has the sheath on it, and kind of just like he loosens it in his hand, and he goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he kind of like leans back against this kind of tall box that you guys have been using as a table for cards, and he kind of looking around like, what do you mean? Our Helena? The girl I gave my room?
Yep, she went off the deep end, buddy. All over some damn bracelet.
And Kilroy's kind of just looking at, like, holding his head. Sirius, how are you reacting to this news?
So Sirius was probably gonna like put down a card on like a pile. Like I guess we're like sort of playing a game with Kilroy, and then you can kind of see if you're paying attention, like his hand kind of flicks a little bit, and he kind of thinks back to like when. Like a few days before, they were sort of just like walking at night.
Yeah, so that was actually yesterday. Cause
So yesterday.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That would have been a day ago.
Yeah.
My bad. And everything's kind of quiet for a second as you all kind of just like soak in the moment and the realization of what
Uhtred
the
bends over and
implications
picks
are.
up his knife and inspects it for any damage.
There's no damage.
No, but Uhtred, this is just giving off the feeling that Uhtred
Likes his
doesn't really care.
Kilroy kind of just looks over to Sirius and kind of just leans up against the table and should we tell the others?
I mean, I honestly,
Well, hold on a minute.
When did this happen?
Oh, today.
Yeah.
We were going down, we were doing a job for Micah, and we got, some shit lifted from us. I was able to track down our 2 money satchels, and I chased the one guy who had the bracelet on for a long time till he made a jump across 2 rooftops I couldn't make, and I fell through an awning.
Are you hurt?
Hold on. Bracelet?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Yeah, what about this? Oh, yeah, and he kind of looks at Sirius. Helena had this silver bracelet.
Yeah, with the jewels in it?
Oh.
Her mom gave it to her. The dead one.
Okay. So
Oh.
why is she so special who has dead parents?
I mean, some people are really sensitive to that kind of thing, Uhtred.
I look back and go, being sensitive is what gets you killed.
Well, it also makes it so that people help you,
So hold on. Let me get this straight. So Helena attacked someone because her bracelet went missing?
We don't really know what happened.
Something about that. She went off the deep end after it got stolen.
By the way, Felix, after you left Helena, where the hell did she say she was going?
She said she wanted to go to Yellow Belly.
Well, there you have it. She went to Yellow Belly, and I guess killed someone.
She said she wanted to find some people, unsavory people, to help her find the bracelet. I told her it was she needed a real plan.
I kind of smack my hand on my head and go, oh yeah, no, I'm the incapable one.
I told her she needed a real plan, but she wouldn't listen. She told me that if I kept trying to side with you or whatever, it would I shouldn't be helping her. But I wasn't even trying to side with you.
I'll just say this: I did not kill anyone.
While you guys are talking, Kilroy's gonna sit down in his box and he's just kind of holding his head in between his legs. I'm
gonna walk up and sit down on a box as I've been through a great ordeal today.
I guess she's
more than a blood should have done.
What'd you say, Sirius?
I guess she seems that naive. Is she at least okay now?
No, she's about to be executed.
She's probably getting executed.
She broke. That's an ancient law. You can't drink another Felkind's blood unwillingly.
And then I look at Kilroy. I was like, "You really think that stuff doesn't happen all the time?"
It hasn't happened.
And people get away with it.
Redguard in 100 years.
And I look. Well, guess what? It happened today, and I guarantee you that whatever this Redwall or Redguard Ripper is probably a vampire drinking blood too.
What do you have against vampires?
Hold on, there's a vampire Ripper now?
No. What do I have against vampires, Felix?
Oh, so actually, Sirius, I feel like it's
that
fair.
happens, it's a vampire.
So hold on. So Sirius, I feel like it's fair that Kilroy, when he would have come back, been ecstatic about his news, but he had a newspaper with him.
He probably would have told you guys about it.
And he would have let you know. So yesterday, 2 dead bodies were found in Castle Ward, which is an uncharacteristically safe place. And one of the bodies was dismembered in a way very similar to this serial killer called the Redwall Ripper that was thought to have stopped killing people 3 or 4 years ago, before the Spore was even a thing. But apparently he's back.
Well, I'm going to walk up to Felix and go and kind of put my finger on his chest and what do I have against vampires, Felix? You don't really want to know, do you?
Well, if it helps you, helps explain why you keep blaming everything on them, then yeah, I kind of do.
Kilroy kind of stands up and goes, "What do you have against vampires?"
I'll tell you all. I'm going to sit down. I was like, Felix, if you're going to listen to the story, you better get up here.
Okay.
Killer's gonna kind of sit on his box and he's gonna kind of call Koya over to him and he's kind of like rubbing his ears and his head right now. And I'll like support animal.
I look at Kilroy and go, "Do you remember what my last name is?"
Storm,
Because
you're a bastard.
I'm not a fucking bastard.
Oh, I'm
I was given
sorry.
that name. I was my family and I owned a store, or my parents owned a store in Crossroads in a place similar to Yellow Belly, except it wasn't as nice. And one night, a group of vampires broke in, trying to rob us. Me being a mudblood, my parents were mudbloods, useless against vampires, and they were just common folk, and they didn't have any weapons or tools to defend themselves, and was trying to give them everything that we had of monetary value in the store. And once they gave it to them, you know what they did? Ripped their heads off and drank their blood dry, and then started a fire. I watched it all happen. I was hiding in a place that I had set up as a fort. It was a game me and my dad played, and I escaped before the fire engulfed the whole building. Ever since, until I stole from the wrong person, a vampire lady who lived in a very nice house, had way more than she needed. You know what I stole from her?
What'd you
Stole
steal?
food. Stole food. I was 7 years old, living on the streets. You know what she said to me? She called the guard. The guard came, and she told them to take me to the workhouse. For all mudbloods are good for is cheap slave labor and blood bags. So yeah, Felix, that's what I have against fucking vampires.
Kilroy kind of
but it
stands
could have
up
been
and
someone
kind of
other than vampire. It could have been a Lycan or anyone else.
Kilroy,
It was a
bad
fucking
people.
vampire.
Kilroy kind of gets up and he kind of gets in your face and he's kind of like, which is weird, and he kind of gets in your face. He goes, "You stop talking about vampires that way. They're just people like the rest of us. You can't
Yeah, well, I haven't
blame."
had a good experience with them.
Oh, and Kilroy looks around. Oh, what about Lady Redguard or Flint or Vex?
Well, actually, like when you say Vex, she did get kinda,
She did punch me in the face.
Oh, well. To be fair, she punched me in the face once too.
Well,
Now look, I know not.
but that's
I know.
not helping the argument.
But I kind of deserved it. And Killer kind of sits back on. I said some stupid things.
I look around and go, I've only met one good vampire woman in my life. See, the guardsman, who wasn't a vampire, he took me to an orphanage instead, where I was then given the name Storm, because I didn't tell them my family name. No one knows my family name. The vampires who did it were a local vampire gang, and they were never caught. Well, the lady who ran the orphanage was a vampire, and she's a sweet lady. She was outcasted from her family because she decided to work with us mudbloods. And in the end, she had a sword driven through her by the guard. So
Why?
something to do with the Spore. It's why I'm here.
Ken looks down. He goes, "You need to be careful, Uthred. You'll become a Mon. Hate is not a good thing." Killer kind of looks down his feet. We all have it in our hearts, but you can't let wrath and hate fill you like that. You'll become like Helena,
I look
monster,
at
a
Gilroy
Mon.
and go, I don't believe in religion, first off. And
Killer
second
kind
off,
of just nods his head like no. No. I don't care that you don't believe in religion. That's not the point. You can't let that dictate your actions.
it's why I'm alive. This is the way I lived. I was pushed around by vampires my whole life until me and they hurt someone close to me from the orphanage, and we decided it would never happen again.
Oh my god, why is everyone so edgy? We've all lost people, and I've been pushed around all my life. I'm fucking blind, and you don't see me taking my anger out on people. You're crazy, Helena's crazy. Am I the only person who just looks to the future and wants to be a better person?
Kilroy
And
kind of looks at
with
you
this-
like surprised, like where did this? I'm assuming you're kind of being loud about it.
Yeah, Felix is like super loud, and he's just gonna stomp away. It's like, you guys are stupid, and I hate you all. Why am I even with you guys?
Okay.
I'm done trying to help. Helping doesn't. You guys can't be helped.
Kilroy kind
I'll
of.
look at Felix, or Felix is upstairs. No, never mind.
Everyone's just quiet for a minute and just kind of like, because that's kind of that's a big outburst, and it's really odd coming from Felix, and Kilroy.
I'm gonna say, well, what the fuck crawled up his ass?
You, and Kilroy points at you. You taking all this hospitality and love from all the Red Guards, and you can't just say that stuff.
And Felix hears this, and he's like, and Helena! She fucking went crazy just because we were trying to help her! What the fuck?
He's got a point there.
Point about what?
She was being kind of insane.
He kind of looks down at his hands, and she goes, if she really did murder that guy and drink his blood, then that's your path, Uthred. That's Amon. You'll become him. Don't want to become Amon.
Look, I know I have a lot of hate for vampires.
So, Sirius, hold on real quick. Sirius, have I ever explained who Amon is?
I think I don't think you have. No.
Wouldn't Sirius know who Amon
I'm
is, though,
assuming
based off
he
his
would.
travels?
I'm
Based off his
well,
travels?
this is like pretty common knowledge if you have ever like listened to even a bit of the Church of the Bright Lord. But so Amon Kane is called the twin-faced god, the Spear of the Brights. Basically, he was like the right hand bright or god of the Bright Lord, and he was the most dangerous one, and he's the one who like had a conquest against the demons and everything. Like, he was called the Spear of the Brights because he was the most dangerous one, but he ended up turning to wrath apparently, and you're not quite sure. You need to go to the kind of like church, maybe go brush up a bit, but basically he turned on out of envy on the Bright Lord, and in wrath he attacked him, and this epic battle ensued, and at the end Amon was defeated and banished somewhere, but people still think that like he was banished like more metaphorically, in that people, you can become so a demon in this world is anybody can become a demon. A demon is just someone whose intentions are driven by purely malice, and Amon is like, if somebody asks you like, oh, are you Amon? It means like, oh, what, are you becoming a monster? Are you like it's basically like, are you turning wrathful? Are you becoming a demon? Is the general connotation there. But yeah, Amon Kane, the twin-faced
I look
god.
at Kilroy. I want to go, look, yes, I may have a lot of hate in my heart, but I haven't become Amon, even though I just learned about him today.
You will.
I focus my energy on other things.
Kind of like narrows his head down and kind of just doesn't say anything.
I'm gonna walk upstairs to Felix.
Kilroy is gonna go and begin walking towards his jacket on the wall.
Sirius is kind of taking a second to process everything that's just happened with like all this outburst and stuff, and he just kind of sighs. She didn't seem that way, though. Can't put it into... I can't place it. Why would she do something like that?
Kilroy kind of slinks on his jacket and sits back down kind of lightly, and he goes, It's not so hard to think, though, actually. And looks down and he's twiddling his thumbs. Sometimes, I feel like most times, there's so much suffering and reasons why to lash out and hate everything, world and its people, but that's how you end up. Become a Mon. I don't think it's that crazy that she did, actually. She lost her parents, right?
I think I remember her saying something about that. Yeah.
Sirius, he kind of looks up towards where people went upstairs and looks back and he goes, Sirius, just so you know, if anything like that ever happens, you can come talk to me about it. I've had twiddles his thumb. I've had experience with those feelings, and they're not good for anyone. They just breed more. They breed more of a Mon. And then kind of sit back up. He goes, "Come on, Koyo." And the dog kind of perks up, and the dog at this point has kind of been like slinking down at the ground, just kind of like it can like feel the tenseness in the energy in the room. And so yeah, Gilroy's gonna kind of walk towards the door, and he goes, "I'll be back. I just want to go check on something." And
Oh, what did you want to check on? Maybe I can join you.
I was just going up to the garrison.
The garrison? I kind of look up to the second floor, contemplate a bit. Would it be okay if I accompany you, or maybe I should stay here?
Sure. I just know Commander Royce, and I just want to go check on her. She
Oh.
I think she brought you guys here, right?
Yes, it's been a while since I've talked to her. Maybe I can figure something out. I want to figure out what's going on.
Utri can hear this, and he's going to say to Felix, like, they're going to go see Helena. You want to come?
I don't think I want to go anywhere right now. Not with you people.
Felix. Okay.
Maybe later, just not now.
Well, you may not have another chance to see her.
Felix sighs because he realizes that Uhtred's right. And he's not petty enough to, like, not go for something like this. He's like, okay, fine.
You guys going to go see Helena?
Kilroy kind of is just letting Sirius talk here.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully we can figure out why she lashed out, and maybe we can save her from what's going on. I hope to, at least. Seems like she's been through a lot.
Okay, I believe me and Felix will join.
And Kilroy kind of steps forward and kind of looks at you and goes, I don't want you to say any of your feelings to Commander Royce.
I won't.
Okay. Just so we're clear. Kilroy kind of limps, and as he kind of walks over, he kind of catches himself on the door. He is still obviously not very healthy. And
he goes, Uhtred's going to go help him.
Well, he kind of catches himself, and he kind of like breathes, and he kind of opens up the door into the night, and he kind of sees you try to like help him out the door, and he goes, thanks. And they go out, and so Koyo's going to follow. Felix, are you coming or not?
You coming?
He's gonna trail behind a little bit.
Okay.
So like, it seems like he's like dragging his feet, and he's like super not happy.
Are we rolling to see who's the mascot?
But then he's gonna follow.
Sure, we can. Everyone make me
9.
Or Koyo. I can roll for Koyo.
Oh, I'd like that.
Okay, I'll roll for Koyo.
Have it go. Can't we just have him as
Okay.
Oh, looks like it's Cirrus.
You guys want? Okay, well, if Cirrus rolled. Oh, yep. Well, here, let me roll for Koyo. Oh!
Whoa, real close.
Cirrus, I believe you are the mascot.
All right.
Drag you out. Yeah. So you guys go ahead and make your way out, and it's kind of getting dark out right now. Roughly around like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock is when it starts getting dark, and the streets are kind of like starting to
You should
slow
take
down at
Helena's
night.
marker off.
Well, I'm just trying to show where she is.
Ah.
And yeah, you guys are you guys go out in kind of cool autumn breeze. It's a little bit chillier. It's slowly getting colder and colder. But yeah, you guys are able to make your way through the streets, and people you pass by are like everyone's talking on the street and kind of in hushed tones and stuff, and you hear words about like blood sucking and plenty of mention about Amon and similar things of the sort. And when you guys kind of make your way past here and you kind of start approaching Garrison Ward, you see people. There's almost a mob of people standing out in front of Garrison Ward, in front of where you guys went originally to report the crime, which is the guard's house. And just so you guys know, Garrison Ward, not only is it home to the guard and the garrison, but it's actually home to Redwall's part of Redwall's standing militia, standing army called the Red Legion. And so they're soldiers and stuff. So you see that kind of to control the mob. You see some people that aren't wearing guards uniforms but look to be in some kind of official army attire are also out front, basically making a bubble in front. They're not letting just anybody pass.
I'm gonna kind of like lean up to Kilroy and go, I'm sorry for my outburst. I know not all vampires are bad. Lady Redguard and a lot of the vampires have been nice to me here. It's just hard to forget the past sometimes.
He kind of he nods his head and he goes good. You had me worried there for a sec. And yeah, so 1 second, let me drag you guys over to Garrison Ward. 1 second here. So let me go ahead and drag you guys over. So let me put Uhtred, Sirius, Influx, grab Koyo and Kilroy. Where? Around here. Go.
Where's level 1 thug? Do we see his body?
Level 1 thug is not here. And here in a second here. See
Yeah, Ivan.
Yep.
Oh, he wasn't in the second fight we did for Cogent either. Damn.
which one?
The one with level 1 thug.
Oh yeah, I mean there hasn't been a ton of combat because other things keep happening, obviously. But
No, but I was just trying to tell him that level 1 thug from our superheroes one was the one that got destroyed by
yeah,
Elena.
Elena murdered level. That was the brutality was taken out on a simple level 1 thug. Unfortunately, it was quite quite sad.
He's actually this would be what his third time dying in Cogent.
He's died a lot. Keeps getting resurrected.
This is his third time.
Second, I'm gonna kind of double here. And so
Mama Jane keeps using her witch magic.
there was a kind of witch lady, and so there's kind of.
Can I roll perception to see if Tom is among them?
You want to see if Tom is among.
I want to try to avoid Tom.
Make me
Can I roll perception?
Make me a perception check. Yeah, sure, why not?
Damn, I don't see Tom.
Do not see Tom.
Oh, thank God.
And so I'm just gonna say that all of this yellow, this kind of squiggle here is the mass amount of people that are gathered out in front of here, and people are screaming and throwing things, and obviously there is a great commotion.
There it is.
And actually, let me go ahead and back you guys up because you guys couldn't even get this close. It is a lot of people.
Okay, Kilroy, how are we supposed to get through all these people?
Kilroy kind of like looks around, then he kind of looks if there's a way, and he kind of thinks for a second. He goes, oh, and he's gonna go ahead and kind of waddle his way over to this window here. And if anybody wants to follow,
I will.
Felix will.
Sure, I'll go the unofficial route.
So Kilroy kind of picks up a rock and kind of throws it out the window, and inside here you guys can see to be some kind of office, and you guys see Commander Royce kind of leaning up against the wall, her head just kind of against the wall, and just kind of two hands on her head. And Killer just like tapping stones off of the window. And eventually Commander Royce kind of turns around, like, what the heck's going on? Is the looting already started? And she sees Killer, and Killer just kind of like waves, and she kind of like wipes her eyes, which are just like red and beat, and she kind of steps forward, and she goes ahead and points to Kilroy, and she goes ahead and points out to the front there, and you kind of lose sight of her, and a couple of the guards begin to kind of push people away from over on this side here, kind of move the crowd back a bit. Go ahead and move that back, and the couple of guards kind of push out here, and Commander Royce is ordering them to kind of keep these people back a bit, and Commander Royce is there, and she's kind of like waving you guys to kind of join her, and you guys can't really hear it. It is loud, and people are like throwing rocks down and stuff, and Kilroy just kind of hobbles his way in, and Koyo is like not having any of this and won't get close to the people. He's staying outside. He's kind of whining. Felix, are you coming or not? Are you coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay, and so you guys are able to kind of get inside with Commander Royce. Let me go ahead and reveal the area here. Yep, so you guys come in, and they kind of close the door, and ooh, I forgot to add these guys. But there are like multiple guards inside who are like all with man catchers, all kind of looking out the windows, kind of all over the place. And Commander Royce kind of leads you guys in. She goes, "Oh, here, right, follow me to my office, kids." And she kind of just makes the way past over here. And one of the guards goes, "Commander Royce, what should we do?" And she goes, "Just keep them away from the building right now. And what about the prisoner, sir? Make sure she has food and water." And the guard kind of just nods and kind of walks off. And she's gonna go ahead and kind of lead you guys back here to her office. Take a seat. And so, yeah, you guys kind of all make your way inside. And Commander Royce kind of just sits down at her desk, and her hands are kind of shaking, and she like pulls open a drawer and pulls out like some kind of bottle of what you can assume could be some kind of liquor, and she pours a glass for herself, and just
Utra's gonna ask if he can have one.
She kind of just looks at you and goes, "Fuck it," and she's gonna pull out another glass.
Yes.
Aren't you only like 14?
There's no laws against that. I mean, like that's
At
a
least
recent
be
law.
16.
And,
Can I also light my pipe up?
You have matches?
Damn it! No, I'm gonna ask Commander Royce. Do you have a match?
She kind of, as she's handing you your thing of this little like little
Whiskey,
cherry glass
yeah.
of like whiskey, she kind of just looks and goes, I don't smoke."
Oh, okay. Thank you for the whiskey, and he's gonna chug it.
Oh, she pounds it herself, and she's gonna pour herself
Like he's done this before.
She's gonna pour another one and pound it again, and she's kind of gonna breathe into her hands and kind of rub her face, and so I'm assuming you've all heard.
Well, we told them.
were
We're
there.
all still not
She's
really.
talking to Felix and Kilroy.
Oh, okay.
We were there. Yeah.
Well,
No, I'm not,
was there, you
I'm
mean
not Felix.
Sirius?
Sirius and Kilroy. My mistake.
Oh.
Sorry, boys.
okay.
And Kilroy kind of just nods his head, and Kilroy is just gonna kind of lean up against the back of this little table here and just kind of like quiet.
Uthrid mentioned a few things, but I wanted to come here to verify everything and see if I could help in any way.
Sure, and she ask away. They've all been asking all day, so I got my facts straight. She pours herself another big glass of liquor.
So she lost her bracelet, and that caused all of this, is what I
Yes.
understand. And she went into a rage when she asked for help but didn't get it.
Well, actually,
help
maybe
is
you all
in
could tell me
from
about that
folks
because
that
I
might
don't
not help.
necessarily know. And she's gonna go ahead and reach below her counter and pull up what looks to be some kind of official documentation note, and she kind of looks around at all you guys and goes, what I can tell, actually, she kind of rubs her eyes. I didn't bring you all in here to talk about that. I did, but I actually need to talk to you all. You guys are all witnesses, just in some extent to another. Those of you who were there, and he kind of looks. It was just you and you, right, Felix and Uthred? You guys were with her that day.
Yeah, we were with her all that day until we split.
Were any else with them? And Killer goes, I walked them to Serrana Square in the morning. He goes, okay, I'll need to have a statement from you also.
I've been at the anvil all day.
She kind of looks to Uthred. Uthred, right now the official story is we had an eyewitness and multiple eyewitnesses, and I was one of them. To what Helena did. But we're trying to get our facts straight on what happened shortly before that. There was an old woman at the scene that we took a report from, and she said that Helena was looking for some kind of bracelet and attacked this man over it.
Well, sorry. Yeah, she was looking for a bracelet. I can tell you what happened until I split from her and Felix.
Sure, and she kind of lets you give your overview, basically like your recap of what.
So, we had walked into the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Well, no, you don't have to do the entire thing. Let's say you already explained it.
Okay. Well, we were walking down to go to that spa to investigate, and when we were there, we got robbed.
No, I mean that you don't have to explain it at all. Like, you already explained it.
Okay.
Just to save the time. And she kind of just nods her head and looks over to Felix and says, he said that you two split up.
Yeah.
And you were with Helena.
Yes, I was.
You explain what happened?
I was until she went off. So I think we were here. We filed a report, and Helena wasn't taking it super well. So she kind of got really mad at the guard, and so the guard threatened to burn her report. And after that, I went to go get Uhtred because I didn't think that without a plan we wouldn't be able to get anywhere. And so I decided that we needed Uhtred's help if we were ever going to find this bracelet. But he got mad saying that I was taking his side and everything. And I didn't know how to handle that. So I didn't want to argue anymore.
Did she seem frantic?
Frantic? No, just more like angry.
She's writing all this down as you're saying it, and she goes, we were having a hard time getting Helena to talk at all. And we need her side of the story. She doesn't want to talk to me.
I'm going to be honest with you, Commander. I spent a month and a half on a ship with her, and she barely spoke to us. But we could at least... She's angry at me. Maybe she'll tell me something. Because I can get her riled up and she can say what happened.
Maybe I could apologize to her.
Felix, what do I have to apologize to for?
For not being there for her. Maybe
she didn't want me there, so yeah, I went to finish the job I was hired for.
Commander Royce is kind of stand up and gonna kind of put her notepaper down and kind of walk over to Felix, and she's gonna kind of lean down on one knee and kind of look him up in the eyes and goes, Felix, you realize that this is not your fault at all.
But like, if I was there, maybe she wouldn't have done that, you know?
No, Felix, this isn't your fault at all.
But like, I wasn't there, and if I was, I could have stopped her.
Felix, this isn't your fault. It isn't your fault.
You can't know that.
It isn't your fault.
It was my fault when my entire town died to shards, okay? So then I have to do something here. That's why I need to be a doctor. That's why I'm here to help.
And are you like yelling at her or crying at all
Yes,
at this point? And so
yes, I am.
she
She's
kind of
like kind of hysterical right now.
it kind of pulls you forward and just kind of like hugs you around and bear hugs you and pulls your head close to her chest and kind of just holding you as you kind of like just weep for a second. And she kind of she just has like this dead look in her eyes, and but she kind of weighs it out and she goes, she kind of like pulls out another one of her red handkerchiefs, kind of wipes your face a bit, Felix, and she goes, "It's not your fault. Don't worry. This was her choice. We all have choices to make, Felix, and that wasn't your fault either."
He's gonna sniffle because he still feels but he's gonna nod his head.
She's gonna look over to Uthred and Cirrus and go, "Do you boys think you could get her to talk?"
Yeah, I think I could probably get her to talk.
I can try afterwards. I guess she did open up a little bit last night. We sort of walked a little bit, so maybe I could leverage that a little.
Okay. She kind of looks and goes, "I'll have one of my guards walk in. Don't get close to the bars. And give her anything or try anything. You're gonna have to be searched before you go through to the prison thing." So she looks at you. "If there's anything here that you don't want them to take, confiscate. Leave it here."
He's gonna take his tack off and take his cap off and put his cap in the bag, his knife, and make sure the other knife's in there, and his money as well.
Okay.
So he's basically just gonna have his clothes.
Okay.
I put away like the whittling knife or whatever we got, because that's probably a weapon.
Yeah. So yeah. And you two are kind of, and she kind of walks up and she's gonna kind of sit Felix down over here on the chair by her desk, and she's gonna pat us and say, "Just stay here." And she's gonna kind of walk out and like nod to you two to come, and she's gonna nod at Kilroy and nod over at Felix. So she's gonna lead you two out. And
me and Kilroy, or leave me and Kilroy?
Leave you and Kilroy.
Okay.
And Kilroy's gonna kind of walk over and close the door and kind of like awkwardly kind of like just like sit up against the table and kind of like not really quite sure how to talk to you right now. And he's gonna go, "So what did you say about your family?"
It's just my entire town, you know? It was taken by Shard.
Kind of just looks down at his feet and goes,
"We were really small, so we didn't really have a hospital or anything. So none of us really knew what was happening at the time."
"Well, so you know, Felix, that Shards is actually uncurable."
Yeah.
It's considered like it's considered the most painful possible way to die.
Yeah.
Basically what it is like you can get infected. There's a lot of ways to get infected. But the most common way is through like monster bites or like certain monsters for whatever reason can transfer this to you. And it's you can't even tell you have it until your joints begin to ache. And literally there are these small shards.
Well, is there other ways to get it other than monster bites?
Oh yeah, there's it couldn't. Mainly it's monster bites. It's usually, and actually it's not even like monster bites. Semi-intelligent monsters, they tend to it's weird. They almost tend to like it's almost like they're trying to infect people. Like they'll deliberately not kill people. Like, so you could say your village maybe got raided and attacked by these monsters, and they purposely like infect people and they don't kill them. It's a very odd disease, and what it basically does is like very slowly your joints, small crystals begin to like grow in your joints and around your body, and in your brain, and pretty shortly you can't move without being in excruciating pain. It feels like you're being stabbed from the inside out, and that's not even the worst part, because the worst part is when generally when it makes it to your brain and these crystals begin to form your brain, you start losing upper brain function. Your speech becomes impaired, and pretty shortly you start having delusions and mania. And by the end of it, you're basically in a waking nightmare. and at the very end, it'll eventually burst out of your skull, and pretty shortly after it bursts out of your skull, this kind of large black kind of red shard. Pretty shortly after that, these fucking things called what were they called? Void walkers. They'll come and they'll harvest your dead corpse and drag you off into
Okay.
this portal. Yeah.
Nice.
So that's your backstory.
But like Felix didn't get it because he was mostly, since he was bullied a lot. It's like in Felix is like, yeah, a lot of people in my town got it. There was a small raid. I was in the woods because a lot of kids were picking on me, and I didn't want to go back home, but I really should have. I could have done something, you know.
Kilroy just kind of looks down and sees just kind of kicking his feet, kind of like playing with his new leg that isn't bound up, and he goes, I don't know if there's anything you could have done.
You never know. That's why we're trying so hard. That's why I'm trying so hard to be a doctor. Everyone keeps telling me it was uncurable, that there was nothing I could do. But like, I don't want to be that kind of person who just dwells on the past all the time and makes it define me and everything, you know? It's so stupid. Like, how are we going to even do anything if all you want to do is whine about how your parents are dead, or how your entire family is dead, or how your entire village is dead? Nothing ever gets done.
And so I assume at this point you're kind of like, are you yelling at him, or just kind of yelling out into like your hands and like just at the ground?
Yeah, at everyone, just at everyone.
And you kind of look at Kilroy, and he's kind of tearing up, like wiping his eyes away, and you kind of realize he's been crying about this a little bit while he's been talking to you about this. And he goes, that's really brave, Felix.
I already cried about this. I cried when I was alone. The only one left when I came home, and everyone.
Oh no!
Everyone
By the way, so the disease doesn't kill you right away.
I know, but like the
linger.
attack happened, right?
Yeah.
So he came back and he realized that everyone had gotten attacked because his parents had told him.
Yeah. So while you two are having that conversation there, Commander Royce is going to lead you towards these guards here, and the mob outside. You see some people holding like clubs in their hands now, and a couple people with torches and stuff, and they're kind of shouting, "Bloodsucker, hanger, chop her fucking head off!"
Can I roll perception to see if Tom is in here?
Sure. That's gonna be a common task.
Yeah.
Does it seem like
He's not in
Helena
here.
would be hearing
Yes,
this
thank God, okay.
crowd from inside herself?
You don't know where Helena is, so you can't really make that judgment.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's gonna go ahead and lead you over here towards these two gates, and she's gonna pull out a key and unlock this first gate, kind of motion you guys inside.
Oh, I'm gonna want my characters. There we go.
And she's gonna lock the gate behind you, then unlock this other one, and as you do, the guard goes, I'll need to search them, Commander, and she nods, and she lets you guys get searched. So if you guys had anything in contraband on you, then you would get it taken up, I'm assuming you don't?
No.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Second, we reveal. So yeah, you guys are actually hold on, why aren't so you guys kind of make your ways to to this kind of not out into this yard. So this is the yard, and let's just say there are various prisoners like walking around there, and there seems to be a large cluster of them kind of gathered around over here up against this fence wall, and they're kind of shaking it and like rattling, and they're just some deranged looking people here, kind of just like screaming their heads off, and this guard here is kind of like pushing them back and like whacking and breaking fingers with a baton of anybody who's like grabbing on and shaking the cage. And Commander Royce kind of gotta lead you guys over here. And she's gonna nod to this guard here, and he's gonna go ahead and open the door. And as you guys open it inside, this guard he steps out and goes, "Commander Royce, Are you taking me off my shift? And she kind of just looks at you two and goes. She goes and just points to the chair for him to sit for a second. And yeah, and she kind of makes her way inside. Inside, you see Helena sitting at this table. There's like a cup of water and like a plate of like food on the table, but her hands are bound up in these manacles that are like covering her fists. And Helena, what do you look like right now?
Helena, I believe she is still covered in blood right now. She's looking straight ahead of her at a wall, completely dazed out, much like the stare she had when she was on the ship. And she has this blank, soulless expression.
I lean over to Commander and say, "Is there any possible way we can give her bracelet back?"
She nods, goes, "No." And actually, Felix has the bracelet, correct?
No, I'm pretty sure Commander Royce took it back.
No, Commander Royce has it still.
Yeah.
Oh, she showed it to you. That's right. Okay.
I was like, it might get her to talk.
She looks and goes, "That's sensitive evidence, and this is an investigation. She can't have anything."
What can we...
And so actually, I'm sorry, actually, Helena. Like right now, you've been semi-processed. You're not covered in blood. You're in this kind of like almost like cheap like clothes, these cheap like prisoner clothes, and they're kind of really big on you though.
I kind of lean over to the commander again. It's like, is there any way she can at least see it to make sure it's safe?
Commander Royce is gonna kind of look at Uther and goes, "She already knows I have it."
Okay.
And she's gonna kind of stand up and say, "Well, I'll leave you two to it. Just yeah." I'm just gonna kind of walk out the door here, and I'll say, "I'll give you guys 10 minutes." Gonna kind of step out.
I look at Helena and go, "You need to tell us what happened. They're gonna hang you."
I know.
Helena, there's a witness there, some old lady, who said that you just out of the nowhere just attacked this guy and killed him and drank his blood. You need to tell the commander what happened so you might not be killed.
She saw. I don't think I have a chance. I'm a mom.
Helena, don't buy into that religious bullcrap.
Sirius kind of looks out of the cell, like over into like this area where there's like all the sort of. I guess I'm assuming that these are like people who are like basically Mon, if I had to guess right.
Well, you're just inmates, so criminals. So this whole Amon thing is like, it's not a legal definition or anything. It's more of like a saying and like a religious thing.
Religious saying, right?
Yeah. And no, you don't know what these people are in here for.
Okay. So they're not like sort of savagely. They might just be like common run of the mill.
Some of them might be, but the people who are like shaking the grates and like screaming bloody murder at the top of their lungs, they might be. There might be something wrong with them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you guys
are look out.
I'm actually gonna start a timer on my phone.
Helena, I'll be with you for over a month.
Mm-hmm.
You need
to
Jake,
save your mic
think
a bit.
about
I think
yourself.
it's a little bit stuck right now somewhere.
Is it over here? Is that good?
Yeah, it's better. Just make sure it's not too close to your mouth for the audio.
Okay. You need to tell them what happened. Tell them your side.
Is there even a point? I'm gonna die either way.
No, you're not gonna die either way.
How
You're a
do you know?
14-year-old girl. The courts take pity on young children.
They don't take a pity against bloodsuckers.
How do you know?
You said
I don't, but considering the people outside my cell and the crowd around me, it wasn't positive.
Well, that's because they are only hearing the rumor. I've lived on the streets. I know when crimes are committed, what rumors get started. No one likes to hear that this girl was defending herself. What makes better news? The Redwall Ripper and someone drinking the blood, a crime that has been committed over 100 years, or a 14-year-old girl that was about to get killed and did what she needed to do to survive. And yeah, so what? She drank some blood, but her criminal instincts or the instincts kicked in, her animal instincts.
Her criminal instincts.
Sorry, I didn't say criminal. I
didn't
mean
criminal
Ooh, criminal.
instinct.
I didn't mean to say criminal. You need to talk.
Oh my lord.
And Helena contemplates that for a second, and
I didn't just to be in RP the criminal instincts. It meant to be like base instincts.
Yeah,
Is what I meant
I gotcha.
to say.
I don't know. I don't think anyone would believe me.
Commander Royce would.
I sort of sit down on this open chair here and say, Helena, what do you think a bloodsucker is?
A person who sucks blood without consent.
Okay. Would you consider them to be bad people?
No, it's just the situation I was in. I could have chose not to,
Yes, she could.
but I chose to do it. I could have chose to run away, but I chose to murder him.
You didn't murder him if he was attacking you and you defended yourself.
Then what would you call it?
Self-defense. Doing what you need to do to survive.
I didn't need to do it though.
So then he wasn't attacking you. So you just killed this person out of nowhere.
He and so many other people were, but I chose to attack him instead of running away, and I don't. And Helena starts sobbing and bawling into tears.
I'm gonna take my handkerchief out and give it to her.
The guards can't see you. Give that to me. You should put that back in your pocket.
I say I don't care if they take it, and I wipe the tears from your eyes, and then I put it back in my pocket. Helena, you need to tell us your story.
Well, I lost the bracelet, and I couldn't have my world taken away from me again, so I needed to get it back.
I know, but what happened after we split?
I wanted to find people, because I read in these fictional stories that you could hire, just if you go into an alleyway, you could find some people, and if you hire them, they can get your items back.
Uhtred wanted to hold back the look of oh man, this girl's stupid, and he's just like, continue.
And so I tried that, and then I was talking about the bracelet, and another person showed up, and two more people showed up, and then they had knives, and then they tried to stab me, and luckily I had that jacket to save me. But if I didn't have it, I would just be there. I would be there just bleeding on the floor. And I surrendered, and I gave him the jacket, and then they fought over the jacket, and then there was this man, he got stabbed, and he was walking towards me.
And then I stop her, I say, you don't say he was asking for help or anything. He was walking to hurt you, right? Say yes.
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
I grabbed his arm, and I slammed him into a nearby pole, so the knife in his back would go in deeper. And then I jumped onto him, and then I grabbed the knife out of his back, and I stabbed him. I stabbed him over and over and over.
How big was this guy?
I'm 5 foot. How tall would he
He
be?
was about
I'd say at least
5'10".
6 foot.
No, he was about 5'10",
Yeah.
5'11". He was a
Okay.
level 1 thug, Jake.
Okay, so only level 2 thugs are 6 feet and above?
Yes.
He should have got that XP grind.
Should have. That's how Mafia City be.
Okay, continue.
Oh, and I stabbed him. And I slit his throat, and I stabbed him, and then there was so much blood, and I bit into him, and
When
that
was
was the first time I felt something
When
in
was
so
the
long.
When was the well, don't say that first of all. And then I go, when was the last time you had a blood drink that wasn't medicinal?
It was the day previous. With Lady Redguard. She escorted me into a place where there was a bunch of blood, and I had a blood drink.
Okay.
Jake's trying to lawyer it.
I'm trying to RP lawyer it out. Well, was it mudblood? Blood?
I don't know. I think it was medically enhanced. I don't.
So it's
Look,
medicinal.
Uhtred, I'm a mon. There's no other way to put it. I'm a monster.
I look at her and go, look, this whole Amon bullshit isn't real. People are what they are. You are the choices you make and the predicaments you're in. All this religious shit it is what it is. It's horse shit. It don't mean anything. People do what they do to survive. You did what you did to survive. That's that. And that's what you're going to tell Commander Royce when she questions you next. Remember, he wasn't asking for help. He was a criminal. You got attacked by 4 people. Was the lady one of the people that attacked you?
Yeah.
Say that.
Okay.
Remember, you can save yourself. Only you can save yourself. Don't resign to death. That's the coward's way out. And then I'm going to stand up and said my piece, and I'm going to walk out.
Okay, so the door, as you begin to walk out, this guard kind of stops you, and it's just you, Sirius, alone in there with.
Hi.
Hello. So we had that talk last night,
Mhm.
and you asked why people. It sometimes seemed like they did terrible things, even though they're good people.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you understand part of that now. You are a good person. I believe that. But these things can happen.
I don't know if I'm a good person, though. I don't know what's the transition between good and evil. I've never experienced this kind of thing.
Hey, a real question, Helena. So when you killed him and you drank his blood, did you like it?
She said it was the first time she felt something.
Well, that's what I'm asking. But did you like it?
Oh, sadistic.
Okay, I need to write that down.
Oh no.
Sadistic.
You don't know that. You don't know that, though, Sirius.
Oh my.
Actually, we all do. She said it was the first time she felt something.
Yeah,
That's
she
kind of
kinda
like.
did.
But she didn't say what she felt necessarily. But it was kind of weird.
She felt like
Either way, that's kind of sadistic.
that's kind of sus.
That's psychopath.
White's
talk.
kind of sus.
Seems
She's
like
kind
I'm
of sus. I think she's the imposter, guys.
No, bro, it's blue. I saw him vent. I promise.
No, I'm pretty sure I saw Helena vent. You
You
know,
know what?
I saw
I'm
her
gonna
on.
see if Sirius noticed that this was weird.
Yeah, sure. So, Helena, are you trying to?
Perception, probably, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna make that a static challenge. That is an uncommon, so that's a level 2. You do not.
So Sirius wouldn't have noticed this.
You don't pick up. You hear her say it, but you don't pick up on kind of the context and the subtext.
So Sirius isn't going to pick up on this. He's going to keep trying to reassure her. Well, it sounded like you meant it in self-defense. I mean, you say you don't know you're a good person, but who else? I mean, who else would give away all their money? He sort of chuckles a little bit. I don't think even my butler would do that when he was a ruffian.
Well, they deserved it. They did all that hard work, and they don't get paid a lot for it, or they do, but I mean, an extra piece of copper won't hurt anybody, right? So that's why I did it, and why are you?
Okay,
I
so
don't
right
mean to be
there,
rude,
so
but
as you guys are there, Uthred outside, you would have seen her coming up, but Captain Royce was walking down here, and all the these locked up inmates, the men are like, ooh, and they're like doing like dog whistles and stuff, and one of the guy like leans up close to the bar and goes, hey honey, and right as she does, she goes and just punches him, and it's with a force that you've never quite seen it, and it doesn't seem like she could be able to generate it from her frame. But this guy goes flying back like a foot or two, and his nose just smashed in.
I'm gonna lead into the guard and go, yo, he got laid the fuck out.
And the guard's gonna look down at you and like nod, like, yeah, that happens a lot.
That was fucking funny as shit.
The new ones, that always happens to the new ones. And then she's gonna walk up and like, as you guys are like having this end of your conversation, she's knocking and she's walking in and she goes, time's up. And she won't even make eye contact with you, Helena.
I sort of stand up and look over my shoulder and say, you aren't the one who determines whether you're a good person or not.
Can I
But
motion
know that you're a good
to
person.
Commander Royce
Wait,
that
hold on,
we
let's
found
Sirius
something
finish what
out?
you're saying. What we're saying,
Oh,
Sirius?
sorry.
That's all I say. So
Okay.
I turn to her and say, you're not the one that determines you're a good person. Or that you're a good person, but I know that you're a good person.
So Commander Royce is gonna kind of lead you on from the shoulder and lead you out, and she's gonna lead you back to her office. Actually, what I can do is just do this. Hold on, everyone, just stay there. Hold on. There you go. So they kind of push their way in, and Kilroy and Felix are kind of just chilling in this room here, and just like
I checked to make sure all my stuff's there.
It is. And she kind of leads you back in, and she kind of sits down, and she kind of motions to Felix to get up from her chair.
Okay. Felix, that's
And she kind of sits down and whips out her notepad again, and pulls out an ink and quill, and she goes, "So, what did she say?"
Well, Commander, this is what happened. So, after we split and she went to Yellow Belly, she had remembered that she read in some fictional books that she could hire people in alleyways to find things.
She kind of just like kind of just waves her head like.
And I go, I know, right? Like, and then I continue on with, she was mentioning her extravagant bracelet and all the jewels and more, and I believe she said around 4 people showed up total.
All right, 4 people. Did she describe them?
She said it was, she described one as a lady, an older lady, and then she said 2 other men, and then the one man that had died. And at this point, she realized she was in trouble and tried to run, or at this point they had knives and they tried to mug her. And she eventually surrendered and gave up the jacket that Vex had given her.
Whose
and
jacket
they had
was this? A gift?
It was from Lady Vex, and at this point they began to fight amongst themselves. And one of the thugs, or one of the suspects, or whatever, one of the guy who got killed, got stabbed by another criminal. And then turned around and came after Helena, and she defended herself.
Make me a deception check.
Okay.
You did not come after her. He was trying to ask for help. Oh god. Well, I didn't say it, but that was gonna be a level 3.
I figured it was.
Because you are,
Nice.
it's basically a white lie. Like it's not a white lie, but you're telling so much of the truth that
I'm
the way you
telling
worded it,
a version of the truth.
you're showing a version of the truth. Yeah. Next time, let me tell
And-
you the challenge ring beforehand. But yeah,
Sorry. And she did what she had to do to survive. And as for her drinking the blood, she admitted to it. But, Commander,
say
she has a
anything
14.
Did she say anything about why she tortured him?
Um.
Why that was necessary?
Oh, I mean the stabbing. I mean, Commander. I mean, how big was the dude?
He was, and she looks down at the report. He was 5'10".
I mean, Helena's a 14-year-old girl.
Oh, I know, but the way he died, the lacerate. I mean, she killed him slowly.
I mean, I imagine she was probably fighting with the dude the whole time.
Thing. We were looking for defensive marks, things under his fingernails, but he didn't touch her. It's almost like she kind of looks down. We have a woman, an old woman, who says that. First of all, she says that. Well, she never mentioned anything about a jacket, and I don't know how. Even if she had this jacket, how she would have been able to fight off 4 armed people without getting hurt at all.
I mean, it was Vex's jacket. Maybe we could ask her why that happened. But also,
this old
Commander,
woman said that this man walked into an alleyway. He had a knife in his back, and he asked, because this woman said she walked up on this, and she looked down the alleyway, and this man had a knife in his back, and he was trying to run out, and this crazy girl jumped on his back and began stabbing him with the knife in his back, and he made his way to the street, and she tortured him on the street and then dragged his body back and began to slit his throat and then chop up his belly and then drink his blood. And I saw that last bit myself.
Well, Commander, she did say that there was an old woman that was part of the group that tried to mug her.
Did she describe this old woman?
She said she was old. That's about it. But, I mean...
And she's going to note that down on a piece of paper.
My money is that the one who's giving her the story, I use actual visible air quotations, is probably also was trying to mug her.
Uthred, if it was really Helena against 4 people, I don't know, first of all, why they would have let her go.
She said she surrendered the jacket.
This jacket, I'll need to in Exilia and questioning.
I'm just saying, Commander. I've lived on the
it sounds
streets
what you're
most of my
saying
life.
right now is that you're trying to defend her. It doesn't matter what you say, regardless of what happened. She kind of looks at you. She drank his blood. She broke the ancient law. There's nothing. I watched it happen.
I'm just gonna be like,
There's nothing to be said about. There's no defense against that. That's death, Uthred. No one is above that law. That was set back when 5,000 years ago when Redguard was started. That's ancient law. Those ancient laws are what this civilization is built on. Trust that people like me, vampires, that we could live in harmony. She kind of looks down at her piece of paper and goes, I'll look into these other things, but it's not going to change what the sentence is, Uthred.
I don't have a reply to this.
Thank you for your all's help. Sirius, did she say anything else? Anything about what happened, why she did it? Was she scared?
Sirius kind of walks back and kind of leans against like this cabinet or whatever and sort of sighs a bit and says, "Why are we even asking questions anyway when you're going to when the verdict is already decided.
I don't decide the verdict, Sirius, but I'm an eyewitness, and me and 3 other guards were. We need to get the story straight, though. We need to know.
Because what I hear it as is that it sounds like people are trying to get away with the fact that they stole from Elena.
Sirius, I know
And they're
this might
using this
upset you.
excuse of blood sucking just to get away with it. I mean,
Sirius,
sure,
she tortured
broke
that
something.
man. She didn't kill him or defend herself. She brutalized him and kept him alive. I watched it, Sirius.
So the blood sucking's what killed him?
We're not quite sure, but regardless, you can't drink. I don't know. It's hard to say. She stabbed him so many times before, but killing with blood sucking isn't the problem. It's that she drank another unwilling Felkind's blood. Look, I know all of you can sit here and pretend that I'm the bad guy, and she stands up, but I'm not the one who killed somebody.
I don't pretend you're the bad guy at all, Commander.
She's looking at Sirius then. Well, then what are you trying to say, Sirius? That this is somehow my fault, that I'm trying to hang her, that I'm trying to chop her head off? I didn't do this! She kind of looks down and she realizes she's balling her fists, kind of.
Went out of line there.
No,
looks down.
I'm sorry, Sirius. I didn't mean to.
It's just a little too much for me to wrap my head around. I'm sorry. Just.
You all should
go. She
go.
didn't seem like that type of person. Is all.
She kind of looks over at you and goes, sometimes it's hard to tell who's Amon. Look,
I'm gonna roll my eyes at the whole Amon thing.
And so she kind of looks to the door and goes, you all should go get some sleep. And don't mention that you know her to anyone. You could get in trouble.
I look at Felix.
Yeah, where is Felix?
Aren't I in that room?
You're not anymore.
He's probably under Kilroy's.
Yeah, I'm under Kilroy.
You're in Kilroy.
How's Kilroy reacting to this?
Kilroy is kind of like just like quietly like pacing, like looking back and forth as like people are like arguing and yelling at each other at faces, kind of wide-eyed, but he's a little bit more relaxed with this whole situation than a lot of you guys.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'd say Uhtred's kind of relaxed about it.
Well, you were arguing with the captain about it.
Well, that's true, but that's just because I don't know. He was.
Kilroy is kind of he's oddly he's calm.
I look at Felix and go, "Yeah, Felix. Did you hear what the commander said? We don't know her."
The commander didn't say that, but I get.
She said, "Don't let people know."
Oh, I see.
So I look at Felix and go, "Yeah, Felix.
Okay,
we don't know her."
Fine, I get it. We don't know her.
She kind of nods her head and goes, here, and she kind of hands you guys your stuff back, and she goes,
I put my cap and my dagger back on.
Just, stay safe and, I don't know. How's Randy and Nox taking the news? Told them yet?
We didn't have the heart to tell Randy, and Nox has kind of been kept to himself lately.
Go home, go get some food, and go to bed. This is, a problem, but, there's nothing we can do now. And, yeah, so she kind of, opens up her door and, leads you guys kind of out. So as you guys are kind of hold on. So everyone, she's leading you guys out of the building here. And as you do, standing there talking with one of the guards, and kind of smothered in like, it looks like some tomatoes or something. You see Flint there, and he's wearing his like badass freaking like leather jacket and this red leather jacket. Ooh. And he's got like this kind of, he's actually wearing a cutlass now on his side. Ooh. And he's kind of like charismatically like chatting up one of the guards, And the guard just kind of like nodding like, yes, sir. And he got come walk up and goes, now, see, that was the day that I won that fucking ship from that bastard. And he kind of looks over and goes,
I hear this and I go, is that the laughing storm I hear?
he kind of looks and he kind of smiles at you and goes, oh, Uhtred. He kind of moves down and he goes, how are you, my boy?
Good, look what I got. And I pull out my shirt and show him the dagger.
He kind of like pulls your shirt down and goes, oh, a nice tattoo.
Oh, yes.
Kilroy kind of like leaps forward and goes, Flint, did you hear? And Flint kind of face kind of turns grim for a second and kind of Commander Royce kind of like walks up and kind of like and kind of leans up near him, and the rest of these guards kind of like looking over here, and Flint looks at this guard and he puts his hand on his shoulder and goes, I'm sorry, my friend, that's a story for another day. And the guard goes, oh, okay, it was a great story. He goes, move along. And he goes, yes, okay, sir. Kind of backs off and
move along, bitch.
and he kind of looks over at Commander Royce, who's just like dead-eyed, and she's gonna go ahead and give a hug to Flint, and Flint's gonna give a hug to her, and she goes, how are you, Sarah? And she kind of just looks around and kind of just goes, tired. And Flint kind of nods his head and goes, don't worry, as when you've lived as long as I have, these things happen. It's tragic, but we will get through this, I promise. So, you all were friends of hers, I assume. Oh, no, actually, she had a... No, actually, no, never mind. I'm sorry. She went to the castle with you guys.
Yeah.
She was eating there. Wait, hold on, Helena, remind me, were you there when Flint was there?
Helena.
I don't think she was.
She was.
Hi,
no.
sorry, can you say that question again?
Did you meet Flint?
No.
Yeah, I don't think you did meet Flint. So yeah,
No, I
she
didn't.
came later. And she
Yeah, because it was like when I was heading around with Luck, right?
You met
Oh.
Locke and you met Dawn.
I talked to Flint a little bit at that dinner.
Okay, so you did.
They like
Yeah,
peek his
but
head
that's
back or
it.
something?
How would you say, Ivan?
I'm assuming he like peeked his head back for a bit. I don't.
No.
don't
I
remember
think
that
he
time.
was there, and then she came in after going to the medical district, and then he got up and left. Because Helena, did you hear the story about Kilroy?
I did, and that's why I went to the appointment.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, anyways, so he kind of looks. So actually, I'm sorry, retcon. He kind of goes. I didn't really think that girl had it in her that she was a Mon, but never know. Well, oh, Kilroy, your leg, it looks good. Gonna come back and train a little bit with me on that? And he goes, yes, Flint. Flint, can I talk to you? And Flint kind of looks, of course, my boy. What do you have to say? And he goes, and he kind of like looks around at everybody. And goes, oh, you mean privately? Oh, I'm awful at picking up on these things. Well, sure. And he kind of leads Kilroy over to a corner and begins talking with him about something. And Commander Royce kind of looks at you guys and goes, you all should go home. It's getting late now. Do you need an escort back?
No, I think we can find our way back.
She kind of nods her head and goes, I'll walk Kilroy home later or send a guard with him. But if you all feel you're able to handle yourselves, then just go home and go to sleep.
Okay. I walk out.
And she goes, and she kind of stops you and grabs you by your jacket, Uhtred, before you walk out. And she goes, and Uhtred. And she kind of just like pulls you in for a hug, and she kind of wraps her arms around you and she goes, I don't hate you, Uhtred. Don't. And I know you might have had a bad experience before with vampires, but I'm trying. And she
I kind of like I'm like a little kid with like his arms straight down.
Yeah.
Like it's like a little awkward and like taken back, and he goes, I know, Commander. I was just it brought back some bad memories, so I apologize for what I said. As I'm like kind of just like I'm a little afraid of her now that she just straight vaulted some dude across the room.
She kind of like rubs your hair and kind of looks at Sirius and goes, and you're all right?
I'll manage somehow.
She kind of looks at Felix. Are you looking all right?
He looks very down. Like He's not speaking, and he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
She's gonna kind of ruffle your hair.
Well, like
a bit.
not. He doesn't. He doesn't look like he's gonna wig out like Helena did. No
Yeah.
offense. No offense, Helena, but
That's what you did.
Yeah.
She's gonna kind of ruffle your hair, Felix, and pat you on the back, kind of grip your shoulder, kind of squeeze you, and go, "It'll be all right. Just go get some sleep." And she motions you guys out, and as she does, she orders the guards here to kind of push the people back who have kind of pushed up, and you guys are able to leave.
When we get out, Uhtred, seeing the tense situation of the city, is going to put his second dagger on the other side of his belt so he can two-hand daggers if he needs to.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So you guys, you leave Helena's incarceration to back on the city streets. So so you guys going home?
I'm gonna look at Felix and Sirius and go, Sirius, can you handle yourself on the street?
I mean, I guess I got that swordsmanship practice, but I don't have any suitable weapon to use my skills.
Oh, okay. And I'm just gonna pretend that
I think he's asking if you want a. He's asking if you want a dagger.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm asking so I know who I have to take care of.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, you're good. So
Felix, are you gonna stick close to me this time?
Yes, I promise.
Okay.
So yeah, are you guys going home?
Yeah, we're going. Well, actually, can I roll? How crowded is the whole square, or is it just concentrated around?
It's concentrated on Garrison Ward right now, right.
So
here.
could I see across to Guild's Point and see if Asher's arms is open?
Sure. Make me a perception check. That's gonna be a because the square is pretty empty right now, and most of the people are over here. Oh, it is a pretty long way away. That's good. Let's say that's a level 3. That's a specialized task.
Oh,
Wow, you're on it tonight, boy.
I was on it last night until I actually needed to be on.
You look over and it's pretty dark out, and but you can barely just pinch out that you don't see any lights on or any furnace open or the front open or any lanterns open. So you're assuming it's closed.
Okay. Then we're just gonna head back home.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are head back home, and you get back to the Weeping Anvil. I assume you guys are all kind of going to sleep.
Yes.
We're not gonna deal with role playing out the other characters right now, what they think about and stuff. Nox is kind of just unceremoniously not there, and Randy has just been rolling up
again.
He's for most of the day he rolled a barrel around. And now he's back asleep.
He's like, oh, hey guys, I found this barrel, and look what it does.
So yeah, you guys are back here, and unless you guys want to RP anything, you guys can go to sleep if you'd like to.
I'm gonna look at Sirius and go. So heard when we were getting hired for a job, there's a man looking for someone of your household.
Wait. Tell me about this. Was this Lux men?
I don't know, but someone was looking for some rich figure was looking for a butler from House Roseblood.
Rich figure. Do you know how he looked?
Well, he had a cloak on.
Okay.
Wait, he actually didn't have a cloak on. He had a hood.
A hood on.
Hood. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what to make of that. You didn't give me a good enough description. I'm a little. Sorry. Let me back up. There's just been too much going on today. Considering the fact that my butler went missing, I want to be careful when people say that they're looking for me.
Oh no, they were looking for a butler from your house.
Oh, a butler.
What was your butler's name?
Belford, I think. Yeah, Belford.
He didn't say a name, but I was just curious.
Okay. Well, I mean, where was he? Maybe.
It's at the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Pinkerton, okay.
Which is in Guildsport.
Maybe we should stop by there tomorrow just to take our heads off of what's going on right now with Helena.
Go back to the detective agency?
Yeah, I want to figure out who this fellow is, but I also don't really
There's a
want
knocking
him
at
to
the door.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna
Gotcha.
like take one of my daggers out and hold it kind of backwards for the slashing movement,
Yep.
and like hold it behind my back and like walk up to the door and like, can I see through? There's like like bars I can see through.
Sure. You see what appears to be two figures standing right up close to the door here. And this blue guy is knocking on it. And these guys are tall. This blue guy's about 6'6". This red guy's about 6'5".
Holy shit!
And they're in full plate, and he's kind of knocking. And as he kind of knocks fiercely, and yeah,
I'm gonna kind of shout
Can
out. Who goes there?
you hear oh, just me.
Who is just you?
And it's Lucky Lightbringer, the guy you met over the feast, and he goes,
Oh,
"Hello,
okay, so I know him.
guards, move
So-
aside." And the guards kind of just shift aside, and he
I'm
goes,
I'm gonna put my dagger back in its sheath and open the door.
he kind of looks at you and goes, "Ah,
Oh,
Cirrus,
Hello.
what a strange, funny thing finding you here. You're just the man I'm looking for." And he kind of looks at Uthred back and down. Uthred and Felix, I see you all are well. Cirrus. What'd you say?
Do you have
It's
information on
not
my
a word
butler?
I would describe us with.
I heard about your friend,
What friend?
Helena.
I don't know her.
Girl at the feet. Actually, wait, hold on a
Oh.
second. Remind me, Zammy, have you met Luck? I think you did. I think she kind of
I did
pissed you
not.
off. No, you did, because he walked by you,
Yeah.
and he's like, what's
Oh,
with this
yeah.
girl? And you were saying like, oh, I'm here for the feast.
I'm
Oh
gonna.
no, I was like, I think I was like doing something charitable. I didn't mention any feast.
Okay. So if you,
But
you-
I did talk to Sirius a bit, and Sirius did say he was my friend.
that is true.
I'm gonna take like what Commander Royce said and like, I don't know her.
Kind of looks at both of you and goes, make me a deception check. That's
God
gonna
damn
be a second here. Don't roll yet. Let me tell
I'm
you.
not. I'm just typing it in.
Cheat sheet. That would be a specialized task. As you guys all kind of know each other. And I think you even mentioned. I think seriously, you even said that you and a bunch of other kids were staying at the Weeping Anvil with Kilroy.
Yeah.
So
God damn it,
give me a
guys!
specialized task. That's at level 3.
I'm just staying quiet.
Everyone.
This question wasn't directed to me, right?
No,
Or was it just directed to all of us?
He's kind of asking everybody, but you because so Sirius, I assume you said like, yeah, I know her, and Uther goes, I don't know her. Make me that roll.
Come on, baby. Yes.
Wow, what the heck, Jake? Just so you know, you have a 12% chance every time you do that to get that.
I know.
Like, if anybody doesn't know, there's a cheat sheet on the Cogent thing, and it tells you all the chances. It's really nice.
By the way, I'm not taking the roll previous. I'm literally typing it in each time.
I know.
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, he kind of looks and he goes, "Don't know her then." Okay. Felix, did you know her?
No, and I'm gonna. I mean, he didn't know her either.
Can he not talk for himself?
Felix is gonna open his mouth, but then like immediately when he says that, he's gonna shut it. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about."
Sirius just kind of looks right a little bit, and then he looks back to Luck and he says, yeah, I knew her. We met in the town, and we've been hold on.
He's gonna break both of our lives if he says, yeah, we've all been
I'm keeping this in
here.
mind. I'm assuming Sirius would notice that they're trying to be deceiving, because obviously they just told a lie.
Sure.
He doesn't fully understand why.
Well, he was there
but
when
he'll
Commander
play along.
said, "Don't tell people you know her."
Oh.
Yeah,
maybe
we
it's
were
Luck.
explicitly told not to say that we.
Well, Sirius kind of recognizes that Luck noticed us talking, so he'll basically just say, well, Well, I mean, we talked yesterday in the or the day before in the castle, if you don't recall.
Oh, I do.
So
I remember everything.
that's-
You said to your friend, look, it's of no consequence. I just, she's a popular subject right now. And he kind of looks around, and he looks around. So this is Kilroy's place, huh? And he kind of just pushes past you guys like he owns the place. And he goes, not bad, not bad. A little dusty. What does he intend to do with it?
I don't know.
Kind of looks
I
around
think
and
they want to do something with the workshop business, I think.
looks, well, that sounds like Kilroy. Cirrus, actually, came here looking for you. I wanted to show you something. I found something.
Oh, I'd love to see it then.
Follow me then. And he kind of points to the door, puts an arm around your shoulder, and are you coming with him?
I kind of grab Sears and go, "Is it good to go away at night by yourself?"
Oh, don't worry. We have 2 people who will. I'm confident we won't be bothered, except by
Well,
them maybe. But they wouldn't hurt.
Can
us. They're on your
I-
head.
But
Can
I'm gonna
I-
say, go ahead.
See if his intentions are like okay, like he's
Make
not gonna
me a
like stab me
perception
or
check.
something.
I'm not going to tell you the difficulty on it.
Okay.
He doesn't appear to be lying. He appears to be wants to show you something.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say, well, aren't there plenty of guards in Castle Ward District?
Sure, but we're not going to Castle Ward District.
Well, I was just saying it didn't help the 2 victims of the Redwall Ripper.
That's true, but those were thugs.
Those were thugs.
Here, let me show you. If you guys aren't feel safe, Aslan and this blue guy kind of pushes, and this blue guy just completely silence this hulking figure in armor, and in his hand. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't have anything in his hands. He has nothing in his hands. They kind of just moves forward and kind of just stops in front of Luck, and he's a little bit uncomfortably close to both of you guys, and he goes, "This is Aslan, the Blue Lion. Have you guys ever heard of him? Have you ever read any magazines or books?"
I can't read, so no.
He kind of puts
Aslan.
an arm around both of you guys and goes, "You see, Aslan here is the strong silent type. Very untalkative, but Aslan, why don't you show them what you can do?" And Aslan, like, in an instant, he just holds out his hand and a flash of light appears, and this large, like, spear with an ice tip appears. And he's just holding his hand, and it's making this kind of whistling sound.
So
this
I've
ice head.
never seen magic before, so I'm gonna be
Actually,
taken back and kind of
You
step
have
back.
seen something kind of similar to this. Luck did this with. He can do that, something similar to this
Yeah.
at the feast, but this is pretty
Oh.
surprising, and this is right in front of you, Thread.
I'm gonna step back because I don't fully trust magic.
She goes, "Oh,
Sirius kind
Don't
of
be
flinches
afraid.
back and he says, "Oh, is this similar to your sword?"
he's a bound knight. These are. Do you know what the bound knights are?"
No.
Well, let's just
I
say
need a
that
refresher.
there's a reason why they're my personal escorts. He is the red. I'm sorry, he's the blue bound knight, and the
But what
crimson.
is a bound knight? Like, what does that mean?
It means that they're entrusted with certain weapons. Certain weapons and certain privileges. It basically just means they're badasses. He kind of leans into you.
Oh.
So I wouldn't be afraid, Uthred. It'll be fine. Nothing to be afraid of. Just be lucky they're on our side, right? We're all friends, so. Anyways, you can put that away, Aslan, and it just flashes, and Aslan just remains still and kind of just lurching over and like looking at you guys. He doesn't talk very much, you see. He's not a great conversationalist.
Neither is Randy.
Who's that? I haven't met Randy.
He's our friend. He's asleep though. He's tall like this guy. He's like 6'6".
That must be the snoring. Anyways, Cirrus, this thing I wanted to show you, it's better if it's a surprise.
Why does it have to be a surprise with just him?
Oh, you can come if you'd like to. Cirrus, you
Why
want them to
can't
come
the
see
surprise?
you want them to come see your surprise?
Why can't the surprise come here?
Because it's in a place, and I can't move it.
Can I spend a destiny point to increase my roll?
Sure, what are you trying
from
to do?
before by 1? Just to see if he's
Trying to do a perception
lying
check?
or like, well, not lying, but like if
If there's
he
insight check,
seems
if there's some intent
something
here.
off.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and
Yeah.
make me. That'll be a. Yeah, go ahead and make me. I'm not going to tell you the level.
Oh.
Well,
Okay.
first of all, actually, you need to re-roll
perception?
because you did spend a destiny point, and you have to roll with 3d6s.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't
Okay.
know their So that's that's
So
three
that's
successes.
3 successes.
Yeah, you can tell that he's hinting and implying something at you, kind of like he's implying something kind of like it might be a secret of yours or something.
Okay. Well then, let's head along then. I don't think I'll need you guys around. I think I'll be able to manage with these
See,
two
he doesn't
wonderful
want you guys
gentlemen over here.
around. Just chill out, chillax. Take a load off. It's been a long day for you guys, I'm sure, with all the commotion. At least for you, Sirius. You gonna kind of step out.
I'm gonna just kind of like look at Luck, and just be like, look at Felix and go, "That is a fucking jackass." But I'm like whispering it.
Yeah.
Luck is kind of leaning up
Did I
against the
mark off
door.
my-
What'd you say?
I'm trying to make sure that I marked off my destiny point. How many did I say I had before session? 6?
I think you had 6. You should've
And
Okay.
what I
I
said
marked
was, so since he said I was, the guy was a jackass, I said we already knew that.
And so, so he kind of looks to you two guys, and he kind of lets Sirius out the door, and then Aslan kind of passes, and he kind of looks at you two, and he goes, "Oh, and make sure you don't stand in front of these two guys. They like to knock people over when they block doors." Kind of nods at you two. He goes, "You all have a nice day," and
Wait, he nodded to us?
yeah,
But I wasn't even there.
you were there when somebody got knocked over by somebody.
Like, wait, locked in by a
If
door?
you don't,
What?
if you don't understand,
Can I roll? Can I
This is
see
sort of
the red knight? Can I see the red knight through
Sure.
the door? And can I roll a perception check to see if that's the kind of guy we saw at the place?
Spa?
sure.
But like,
No,
I wasn't
not the
even-
spa. The detective agency. He knocked.
Oh!
So actually, it's a common task.
Damn. Can I use a destiny point?
Sure. So outside, you kind of peek your head out before we kind of close the door, and leaning up against the side here, being quiet and just kind of quietly, is the guy you saw at the detective agency the other day when she knocked over Helena with you two.
So.
He kind of looks.
I don't.
Kind of looks at you and goes, "Sirius, this is Gregor."
Oh, hello, Gregor. Kind of sticks out his hand because Uthrid's description of like who was asking about him was like really lackluster. He doesn't really think much about it.
No, he kind of. This guy kind of extends his hand and gives you kind of a kind of half smile and goes, "So you're Sirius then?"
And I'm gonna.
Yes,
Is the
that's
door
correct.
still open?
I'm assuming they would have closed it on their way out.
I'm gonna open the door and go, "Hey, Sirius, will you come along with us to the Pinkerton Detective Agency tomorrow?"
Yes, I am.
So we need to find the dude that was asking
it
for your
depends on
butler.
the information that Luck gives me.
Oh, you were looking
Or-
for the guy who was at. See, this is the guy. And he kind of looks to Gregor. This is that guy I was telling you about, Sirius, the tracker.
Ah, okay.
He's the one who looked for your. Well, he looked for both you and your butler.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Sirius, come here real quick.
Serious kind of.
Come inside real
What's
quick.
so wrong? And again, Sirius goes, I didn't come here to wait all night. Sirius, we need to go. I need to show you this. What's wrong with you two? He looks over at Uthred and he goes, What's wrong with you all? Why are you acting so tense?
Sirius
Hold on,
notices
sorry.
Uthrid trying to like. Sirius just ignores Uthrid, and he's just gonna go with Luck.
And Lex
Okay, I'm gonna close the door.
put a hand around your shoulder and kind of leads you off, Sirius.
I was gonna give him a dagger, but whatever.
Oh, well, yeah, no.
What
Too
are you
late
guys?
now.
That's not gonna do any good for me.
What are you guys doing here?
Is that directed to me or?
I'm talking about the people who are.
I didn't hear what you said.
What are you and Felix doing, Uthred?
Felix, do you trust those guys?
I don't know. I remember when I went to file that report with Helena, they were there trying to find the butler, but I don't know. He kind of seemed a little sketchy to me.
Do you think we should follow them or stay here?
I don't know.
Utra's going to elect to stay here because he's tried his best to help naive people and he's tired of it. So
Felix,
he's
what are
going
you
to,
doing?
he's going to, you know what, Felix? He didn't want our help. He can go handle it himself.
Felix is gonna go help.
Oh my God, Felix.
So are you gonna try to stealth behind?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm gonna stick with you, Trid. You seem to have a knack for these kinds of things.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna still have half of that loaf. I know we didn't get to eat anything before we left. You want to split
That'd
that
be
rest of
nice.
that loaf? We're going to go ahead and set our beds back up upstairs and split the loaf.
Okay. So, Cirrus, Luck kind of is walking, and these men are kind of walking behind you guys, and Cirrus, he's got his hand around your shoulder, and he goes, "It's a pleasant night." So anyways, what I wanted to show you, let me show you, and you guys begin to walk down the streets, and you guys go ahead and make your way over towards, where did I have it again? Right. Yeah, so, you guys make your way over to Garrison Ward. Actually, let me go over here, Cirrus. You guys walking through the streets, and it's pretty late now. It's probably about 9 or 10. And he brings you over to Garrison Ward, and kind of in between here where Yellow Belly meets Garrison Ward, he goes ahead and kind of in this back alleyway, and he kind of points down at the ground, at this grate on the ground, covering up like a sewer hole. And he goes, "Gentlemen," and he points to Aslan and Red. Well, actually, you don't know what this guy's name is yet. You haven't asked. And Aslan goes ahead and reaches down and pops up the grate with one hand and kind of slinks it aside. And he goes, "Your surprise is down there."
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Gwalen kind of looks down the hole.
Who? Gwalen does?
Who is Gwalen?
Sirius looks down the hole and like, does he see anything down there? Is it just like black? How deep is it?
It's dark, and Luck goes, "Oh, and you can see well because you are Siren, so you have night vision or dark vision, and so the kind of illumination of the twin of the pair, which is the moons, the two moons that circle each other, is enough, and your kind of eyes, your night vision kind of kicks in for a second, and you're able to see down. It's just a long ladder going down about 15 feet.
Oh my God!
He goes, "Here, I'll go first," and Luck kind of begins to make his way down, and as Luck kind of moves down, he kind of clicks, he just snaps his fingers, and he just kind of begins to like glow and give off this kind of luminous light, and he climbs his way down, and these three other guys are standing up above, and they're all kind of just looking at you, and Gregor goes,
Sirius is going down.
"Okay."
Oh my God!
Howdy everybody, this is Javk in the future. This next portion of the video is actually cut out. Cirrus, the player character, asked that this portion be moved to the whispers on our Discord so the other players couldn't hear. So that's why I'm cutting it out of this video, because he didn't want it to be part of it, and that's his right. So if you are one of my players, do not watch the video that I link in the description. That is purely for audience members, even though I don't think we have any. If you are an audience member, go down there, click on that video. It'll kind of explain and show you what happens in the sewers. But if you're one of my players, do not. That was requested by Cirrus that he move to Whispers, so he gets to not have that revealed. I'm trusting you guys. Please don't go watch that. Anyways, guys, that's all. Bye. Well, yeah, so Cirrus, you make your way back to the Weeping Anvil.
Alrighty.
And actually, you have a bodyguard with you.
Yep.
Go ahead and grab what's it called. Go ahead and remove the spooky music.
I'm glad Sirius didn't die.
Too.
Sirius kind of does a bow to the Red Knight that was escorting him and say, "Well, thank you for your services."
He's just still and looking at you. He points to the door and points to you.
Sirius points to him and points away, and he'll walk towards the door. And then before he opens the door, he turns around and nods and goes.
The guard
Well,
not.
would I have locked the door?
No.
Would you have locked the door?
Probably.
Yeah, so you kind of like stumble into the door for a second, and the guard kind of like
Sirius
he just
kinda-
tilts his head like what? And the guard
So
begins to
I
like
hear
move
this.
towards the door to break it down.
I hear this, and I go,
Sirius
yeah, and
kinda
I have my knife out.
goes in front of him and like waves his hands a bit, and he just kind of knocks on the door.
Yes, who is it?
It's Sirius, I'm back.
Put my knife back, I open the door. I'm over here, by the way, sorry.
Oh. Yep.
I open the door.
Step inside.
The guard kind of nods and he turns briskly and begins to like just sprint at an absurd pace away.
I close the door and lock it. So you didn't die.
No, I didn't. I guess
What
they
happened?
should probably roll perceptions.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. Wow. I did poorly.
And it's probably like a common thing for what they're trying to see.
Uh,
Okay, so you see that Sirius has like a sword on his belt now.
So where the hell did you get that sword?
Well, you see, I had a body double, and he kind of died.
What the
He
fuck's a
happened to
body
be-
double?
He happened to be my butler, and he happened to have this on him just as a sort of a prop to make people believe that he was a noble, and I have it now.
Okay, slow down.
Needless to say, I don't.
What the
need
hell's
to-
a body double? Why the fuck is your butler involved in having a sword?
Well, he looks quite a bit like me. We picked him up in one of the slums in Tent City, and he had quite an uncanny resemblance to me, so we picked him up. And he's kind of useful in the situations of being a friend, of course, but also making sure that if we go into places where we're not sure if we'll come back out alive, like
So
say,
he's basically the person that's supposed to die for you.
I wouldn't put it that way. Sirius kind of gets a little annoyed. Actually, yeah. Sirius sort of glares daggers at Uthrid and says, "Do you think I wanted my friend to die?" And he kind of steps up.
oh,
I didn't know he died.
Wait, he just told
Um,
me he died though.
Yeah.
yeah, Jake or Uthrid.
What'd you say?
He told you he died. They found
Oh.
his body.
Well, no, but like,
Yeah.
okay, so I'm gonna tell him to step back. Step back.
Oh no!
Sirius kind of.
He's got a sword now. He's not afraid.
Uh,
I'm not afraid either.
He's
Uthrid just
he's
seems
way
like
more
he's being,
dangerous than
like-
you now, though, Jake.
I don't care.
What's going on?
I'm beginning
Sirius
to
is
agree
kind
with.
of.
Go ahead.
He doesn't understand why Uthrid is being really hostile about like his friend
Being-
dying.
I'm not being hostile. I'm just like, get out of my personal space.
Okay, Sirius kind of sighs a bit since it's been a long day, and he steps back.
So
Sorry
your
about
your friend died. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes.
How did
He's
he
a good
die?
butler. Oh, I should probably tell you about that. We should probably get everyone over here. This might
This
be
is-
relevant to the.
This is it right now.
This is everyone.
Oh, okay. I think we might have some politically motivated killings in this town. Might not be safe.
But political killings happen all the time.
No, but can hold on. Sirius kind of remembers like the serial killings that are happening in the paper.
Mhm.
And he says, "Can you bring me that paper?"
Don't know where it is.
Kilroy would probably have it.
Okay. Is Kilroy in right now?
No, he's not. He's still
he's-
over at Commander's.
He hasn't returned yet, and it's been about an hour. He was talking to
Oh, okay. So Sirius will kind of put a thumbtack into that one and say, well, as soon as
and the
Kilroy
door
comes-
begins to kind of open
Nah.
as Kilroy kind of pushes.
Okay.
I opened the door for him because I locked it.
He goes, "Oh," it goes, well, no, the door opens up for
Kilroy.
Killer. Killer has a key.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
can you get me that newspaper this morning?
Huh? And he looks down his satchel and undoes his little clasps on it and pulls out the newspaper. Goes, Sure," and he hands it to you.
Sirius kind of quickly grabs it from his hands and runs over here and kind of opens up sort of the news on like the recent string of killings.
So
Does
by
he-
the way,
follow him?
if anybody else is trying to look at this, so if Kilroy and Uthred are trying to look at this, you can't see very well because it's kind of dark in here.
Well, I can't. Well, I'm gonna remember this.
and,
Hold on,
and
guys.
Vince, you can't, or Felix, you can't see at all.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Hold on about this. I
'Cause you're
pull. I
blind.
run over to
Technically,
get.
I would have dark vision. I would.
I run
You would.
upstairs. I run upstairs and get my pack. I grab the lantern out of it, and I come back downstairs and say, "Kilroy, do you have a match?"
He goes, Sure," and he goes ahead and reaches into his bag and he has like a little like box of matches and he kind of lights one up and he lights up the lantern for you.
And I put the lantern on the desk.
All right.
What the box is.
I'm
Said you
kinda-
smoke?
I do.
Here, and he gonna gives you the box. I have
Oh.
an extra.
Oh, thank you, Kilroy.
Add a
Alright,
match
so
box.
Yes, now I can walk around with my pipe in my mouth.
Sorry, Sirius, continue.
So I'm reading the relevant sections about that. What do they say?
Redwall Ripper strikes again. 2 found dead in an alleyway in Castle Ward. It kind of
Okay.
describes it was a man and a female, and the man had the back of his head chopped in with with some kind of woodworking axe, and the woman had her arm completely chopped off.
Oh my god, no.
They don't
Okay,
mention
and
about the woman very much.
Didn't Randall get a woodworking axe?
Sirius kind of scratches his
Oh,
head
no.
and says, no, this doesn't look right.
So, real quick,
Well, I don't know what you're looking at. I can't read, man.
So real quick, hold on. So, you know, Uthred, that Randy did something from Nox.
I know, but I'm not
You
going to
could-
bring it up though.
I know, but you probably right now are putting 2 and 2 together.
I can't read, so he's got to read it out loud.
Oh, that's
I can't
right.
read.
You can't read at all.
I can't read. I don't know what the hell you're looking at. It just looks like a bunch of
All right.
scribbles on some paper.
I mean, Uthred can ask, I guess, but Sirius
It
is just
doesn't
in
look
his own
right.
bubble right now.
Well, I said out loud. I don't know what you're looking at. I can't read.
It
Oh,
says the Redwall
I
Ripper.
thought that the murder of my butler would be related to this, but reading this, the way these people were murdered is a little too brutal for how my butler was killed.
How are those two
Sirius
people
kind of
killed?
sets it down.
It
Well,
looks like they were
he had
chopped with great
throat
strength.
slit, right?
They were chopped apart with
yeah.
great strength.
And a woodworking axe, remember?
They assume it's some kind of hatchet or something. They don't specifically. They're not forensics like. No forensics teams in this day and age. Yeah. What do you guys want to do?
This isn't good. I don't know where to look for this. Oh well. Guess
So
we'll
I
let
lit
them
the
figure something
lantern
out.
for nothing. And I grab it and
I
I
sort
blow
of
it
shut
out.
the newspaper and hand it back to Kilroy. Thanks for that.
What do you
Well, I'm
mean?
gonna go-
The butler died?
Oh yeah, that's how we got that sword, Kilroy.
Oh. How did you find the? I don't understand.
Well,
What happened?
Okay, so let me rewind a bit. I asked for luck to see if he could find my butler, and he found him dead in a sewer, with my guards, unfortunately. But you shouldn't tell anyone about this. This is a little bit dangerous if it got out, because it could mean that they know that they didn't actually kill me.
So then you shouldn't be walking the streets.
Probably
Yes,
not.
I shouldn't be.
I mean, they're gonna quickly learn that you're not dead. I mean, you met Lady Redguard and were walking around all day.
You could always pretend to be your butler.
Guess I
That
could.
is a good idea,
I could
Felix.
do that.
I mean,
Uh,
if word got out
I
that you-
have a cloak with me that I could put on.
If it got
I
out
could
that
try
your
and keep my
butler-
face covered.
if it got out that your butler was supposed to look like you could always say that you were the butler instead.
I
Yes, I could.
don't think they're gonna care.
Well, why not? Why
Well,
would you want to kill a butler?
how many people did they kill?
Well, 3 guards,
Oh shit!
and my butler.
Kinda
But
looks.
I don't think anybody knows that I actually have a body double. So
I'm gonna walk over to the door and I'm gonna bar it from inside and be like, just for in case.
I don't remember, but is Sirius a Lycan or no?
No, he's a siren.
Oh.
Well, honestly, Sirius, it sounds like they're just gonna kill anyone that looks like you. So you probably should try to keep your face hidden.
Yeah, I don't think it's too safe for you right now. And Killer's kind of scratching his head, kind of like pacing back and forth. We could go tell Lady Redguard and Flint.
That's a good idea. Should we go have him stay at the castle?
Don't worry about that. Luck is taking care of that for me.
I don't trust
Luck?
Luck.
Don't worry. I think he's trustworthy enough. I'm pretty sure of that.
I
Luck
don't know,
is
Kilroy. What do you think of Luck?
well. Kind of looks at his feet and kind of kicks. He cares a lot about Vex, and I know. Kind of looks down. He's probably okay in this. I don't know. He's an alt-right guy. Killer's kind of kicking his feet.
I personally still think
Sirius
it's better
kinda-
for you to tell Lady Redguard yourself about this.
Sirius kind of leans towards the box and says, "Well, I can tell her. Sure, I can take care of that. I do
Well, I don't
trust
think you
Luck,
should-
though, because I don't think it would be befitting for a noble of his stature
Look, Luck can
to break ties with the Siren Kingdom."
Look, Luck can keep a secret.
I don't
Well-
know. He doesn't seem like that great of a guy.
Yeah, I agree with Felix.
He feels like the kind of guy who would just sell you out at the moment's notice when it was convenient.
And Killer kind of scratches back his head and goes, well,
I mean, are you going to tell me that's not true?
it's not true, Felix.
Okay, well, tell me what kind of person he really is, because that's the person.
He's good to his friends.
But what makes Sirius his friend?
I don't know. Well, why are you friends? Why does he care so much about you?
He must have something in it to gain for himself.
I don't know. Luck does
I mean,
tend to get
we
along
did
with
talk
nobility.
a bit, and I am a noble.
So
I guess we forgot about that detail.
you could just chalk it up to him trying to make political ties.
I still think we should tell Lady Redguard. And I'm going to look back at Felix. And I'm going to like kind of whisper, "You're picking up on the street smarts."
Me? I'm picking it up.
Yeah, you're getting better at the street smarts.
Oh, thanks, Uhtred.
And I'm going to look back at Kilroy as like, "Do you think we should go now, or should we tell Lady Redguard in the morning?"
I think it's not really your secret, Uhtred.
Fair enough, but I
I'd
do
rather
know about it.
tell her myself.
Well, I don't think you should be walking alone.
That's true.
Well, you can walk along then. I'll be sure to wear my cloak and all. I'll just sneak through the alleyways.
But 3
This isn't
people,
the first time I've done this.
4 people is better than 1 person.
All right, fine. We can do it that way.
But
Oh, Jake's coughing.
if you want to go by yourself, you can.
Let's
You-
to talk about in the morning. How about that?
Yeah, let's do that. There's a lot has happened today. I can't really think straight.
And so, Kilroy's gonna kind of take his leave and kind of, he's getting better at walking all day. It's kind of like he's relearning how to walk on his leg. And he's gonna make his way upstairs, and he is not going to sleep in his corner. He's gonna sleep with everyone else in that same room as usual.
I already got ready for bed and I'm putting my stuff down.
Okay. Felix, what are you doing?
I guess. So Felix is gonna take his book.
I know. So I'm glad you said that. Felix, go ahead. You gain a vocation. So you gain vocation level 1 in medic.
Cool. And he's just gonna go to sleep.
Sirius isn't gonna go to sleep immediately. He's probably gonna go like outside into this bit, and he's gonna like unsheath the sword and kind of look at it. Kind of
Glistens in the moonlight, and it's a very well made sword. It isn't super ornate or fancy, as it's supposed to just, because it's a gift from your father. It's supposed to just be like a learning sword, like from when you're a kid, to like have something to practice. But it's a very high quality, well made sword, even though it's not super ornate.
all right. So Sirius is gonna like swing it around a few times, and then sort of I guess like the fatigue of the day or something happens, and he like I guess maybe like hits something, and like the sword jumps from his hands, and then he kind of like looks at his hand a bit, stands there, looks up at the moon, and then he kind of I guess just like breaks down on his knees and just kind of like stares into the sky.
Okay. Can you go ahead and make me a perception check? It's gonna be a CL level 4.
Okay.
Nope.
Do I wanna?
It's up to you.
Tough stuff.
What are you doing, bud?
You know what? Screw it. I'll spend 2 points.
Okay, serious.
I started with all the destiny. Now I only have 2 destinies.
Serious.
I have 0 destiny.
As you're there on your knees, kind of out of the corner of your eye, you see a figure standing outside of, because this is a fenced-in area here with like metal fencing in this area here, and you see a strange hooded figure standing there about 6.5 feet tall, and it's just watching you. And the second it notices that you see it, it flutters off and it begins to flee.
Sirius picks up his sword and contemplates running after it.
Oh my god.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll shout, "Hey!" as loud as I can, in hopes to kind of like get the attention of like the people upstairs.
Yeah, sure. Everyone upstairs, make me a perception check. That's gonna be a that's a CL level 3.
Oh, I fell.
Come on, Vince. This is what you're. Oh, Vince.
I
you got it?
did.
Got it. So Vince,
I rolled.
Felix, you hear this? Hey.
Hey guys, Sirius, are you okay?
Kilroy kind of like jolts up like half asleep.
I hear this now, so
Sirius says like, "I found a hooded figure. I'm not gonna run too far," and I just kind of like run over to like this corner and look down.
You don't see anything over down this way. It's empty.
Okay.
I kind of I have my hat in one hand and I grab a dagger and I'm gonna move downstairs. As I'm just like muttering to myself, I was like, why the fuck does everyone like to go off by themselves?
I didn't do it. But since Uhtred's leaving, Felix is gonna tell Uhtred.
Sirius, what the hell are you doing?
Well, I was just kind of out here, just kind of swinging the sword around, and I noticed a hooded figure over here.
Without your cloak on?
Uhtred has a point.
And Kilroy,
why are you outside without your cloak?
I thought that this was like a closed-off area. Was I wrong in that?
No. So what this is?
Fenced off, but you can still see through it.
It's like a metal fence.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's my bad. I didn't describe it, but this is like a big metal gate right here.
If I would have known that, I would have been inside, but
My
it
bad.
doesn't matter at this point. Can I say that I had a cloak on then, so it wasn't entirely apparent? I mean, they
we'll
probably
do
know
this.
that
We'll make this. How about we make it a destiny roll because you technically didn't, but this way it's not up to me really. So go ahead and just roll me a
Okay.
d20. So I believe it's yeah, you're good. Yeah, you had a cloak on.
Okay. Why are you out here?
I just couldn't sleep is all.
Jeez.
Kind of down.
So there was a masked figure watching you?
Yeah, a cloaked figure. They ran sort of this way. But I might not be
Well,
safe here.
yeah, that's what
I
I'm
might
saying.
want to go live at the castle at this point. That might be
Well-
the safest place for
Woo!
me.
Kilroy like manages to hop his way outside. What's going on?
Well, Mr. Nobility over here was out here in the open with his cloak on, but
Without
there
his
was a
cloak
masked figure
No,
watching
with his,
him.
he did have his cloak on. That's
Oh.
rolled it.
With there was a figure watching him, and he ran off. So now he thinks he's no longer safe here, which means none of us are safe here. Because if they killed your bodyguards, then they're going to kill all of us once they find out that you've been staying here.
Kilroy kind of looks around and goes, where was he standing?
Oh, he was standing right here.
So Kilroy is gonna go ahead and kind of wobble his way out over here, and he's gonna go ahead and go and try to look at these tracks. So let me roll his dice.
I'm going to move out with Kilroy.
I'll follow him.
And as I put my hat on, you guys notice, like, the moon glinting off of something in the brim.
Yep. Kilroy is able to pick up the tracks and is easily able to point out to you guys like these kind of large shoe prints in the mud, and he goes, "There was someone standing here, and they were pretty heavy."
I would say we shouldn't go look for them.
Kind of looks and he kind of runs his finger around the edge of it and goes, "They were wearing metal shoes.
So they were probably in plate armor.
I think." Kind of begins to track the things a little bit further this way, and Koyo is kind of like,
I kind of look at Kilroy and I look at my one dagger and take my hat off and look at my hat and go, I don't think any of the stuff I have would be able to hurt anyone in plate armor.
Killer kind of looks at your dagger and goes, "You could stab him in his eyes."
Yeah, but
I don't think
if I
that's
get that close,
gonna be easy.
We
and
should.
then this hat isn't designed. This hat isn't meant for anything. Like, no one should have armor if I'm using that.
We should get Randy.
Well, Randall is
Probably
sound
a good
asleep,
idea.
and good luck trying to wake his ass up.
Kilroy kind of looks around everyone and kind of just says, and he kind of like just is listening and looking around and goes, "We should go back in Sis's side."
I agree. After Felix and Sirius, you should go first with Kilroy.
Okay.
Kilroy,
I'm gonna kind of
Uh,
watch the back.
yeah, and everyone you're able to get.
And I'm gonna
inside.
pet the dog as I approach the dog.
The dog is like, Jake. I mean, Uthred, make me a perception check. That's gonna be a C. Actually, I don't have to tell you. Actually, never mind.
Slash roll 3d2.
Nope.
Oh, hold on. I've rolled 2d2 by accident.
Yeah, roll me another D2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're oblivious. And Koyo kind of whines and kind of stays here and is whining, and only after you kind of like reluctantly kind of like, "Come on, dog,
Come on,
Koyo,"
Koyo.
and it
come on.
finally follows you. It kind of just looks worried and it scampers off
Aw.
inside.
Oh no. I'm scared now.
And as you're coming in, Kilroy is going ahead and he's pulling out this large metal bar, and he's going ahead and running it through the door handles to like lock it in place. And he kind of points to these crates over here and goes, "Grab those."
Okay.
I grabbed one and put it over there.
I help.
Yeah.
And you
I
guys are
also
able
help.
to put a actually everyone here make me an athletic crate because are you guys grabbing the big crate that you pointed at?
Ooh, I got athletics now.
Can we?
Everyone,
Yeah,
everyone make me an
everyone's.
athletics check. Collectively, it's a difficult task because it's a big ass crate.
Whoa!
Well, damn,
Alright.
Felix is good today. Okay. Jake. And
I
now,
rolled.
okay, cool. Yeah, between all of you guys, with all your strength, you guys are pretty easily able to pick this thing up. You guys go ahead and move this out in front of. So let me
Oh
go ahead.
no!
So you guys,
Oh.
Uhtred dying.
Fred has the plague.
Uhtred has the shard.
I actually have COVID, probably.
Oh.
That's great.
Oh no!
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Forgot about the pandemic.
You forgot about COVID? Oh.
Oh wait, we can't say it in the YouTube video because then we're gonna get demonetized. It's crap.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, that's the
What?
thing. That's the thing.
Just
You
bleep it out.
I'll have to bleep it up, but now we're talking about it. Don't say it anymore. Okay.
Hey, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You're good. Yeah, so you guys able to stack the box up in front of the door and
Poor Helena, she's not able to play.
yeah, I'm sorry, Zam. Is Zam even here? So yeah,
Probably not.
so it is 10:13. I'm still willing to play but I need a little break real quick.
Okay.
Do people
I'm
want to keep
here.
playing?
Sure.
Is everyone still down to keep
Unless
playing?
like there's other character stories that are interesting, like for
No,
people that aren't here.
I'm assuming right
Yeah.
now you guys haven't seen Nox. I'm gonna assume Nox is off on his own and Randy's just been like being Randy.
Okay.
Because without anybody kind of telling him to go do something, he's gonna kind of just like exist.
Yeah. I guess the Destiny point economy went from me having like 7 or 6 to like 2.
True. Speaking
in
of
the
which,
span of-
so 1 second here. Should probably dish out a couple Destiny points because I try to dish them out at the end of every day. Hold on here. So right off the bat, Cirrus, you completed a quest called Blood Ties.
All right.
So you can gain a Destiny point from that. And then everyone else gains a good RP point. So everyone gets a Destiny point RP.
Oh yeah.
Hoorah. Oh
And,
yeah, Helena.
yeah.
Idiot. Quest in progress.
Quest in progress.
Might be failed.
Might be failed. It's like in like Skyrim or Fallout when it's
The
like
quest
give your
is to
failed
survive, and
Yep.
you probably will fail.
There's the failed quests. Like not go to prison. We'll wait for Jake to get back real quick. But somebody remind me that I need to tell him that. Think here. Does anybody deserve any proficiency points? I don't really think so. You guys have all gotten
Oh,
good
Helena
stuff.
totally
Actually,
deserves
let me
some.
think.
She did
Hold
a lot
on.
of things.
Sirius, what have you done today?
I've just
You've been making some. I believe you made some deception checks and some.
Yep. Sleight and perception, I think.
We're gonna go ahead. You can choose between perception or sleight.
Okay.
But everyone else, you gained some yesterday, so I gotta slowly. And Vince, you already gained one or something. You can gain a core, but you gained a vocation, which is nice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you also
The
got a
vocation
sword.
called medic or first aid.
We'll call it first aid.
Okay.
Actually, call it medic because a vocation it's supposed to be like a job or like a practice. So yeah, medic.
Perception it is.
Okay.
It's got jittered up. He needs to look behind his shoulder every once in a while.
Yeah, perception's really good. Cool.
Although I guess everyone else in the party has perception. The
Cool.
metagame, you know.
Yeah.
I'm back, sorry.
It's whatever you think. It's your choice. It's your character.
What did I miss?
You need to gain a destiny point, Jake, because.
Oh, are we done with the session?
No.
Yeah, probably perception.
We're not done with the session. We are
Okay,
just.
good.
We are just like at the end of every day is when I deal out destiny points.
Do I get any skills?
You do not.
Damn it.
You guys both gained them yesterday, and no offense, but you haven't made a lot of rolls today. And
Sure, I
technically,
haven't.
this is the same day.
Well, technically, I rolled mostly deception.
True,
today.
but no, today is like you guys already gained
Oh,
points
yeah,
for
that's
today.
right. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's right.
It
that's
is
right.
all today. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So you guys
Are we
bar.
bedding down for the night?
So you guys bar up the door, and Kilroy is gonna go ahead and gonna kind of make his way over here, and he's gonna grab some like twine, and he's gonna go ahead and tie some small bells
Hold
that he
on,
has.
Kilroy. I got rope. Would that work better?
How thick is your rope? He kind of is trying to look at it.
It was the rope that we found in the shop.
Kind of looks at it and goes,
It goes in the
no,
backpack.
no, he's here, and he goes and shows you what he's doing. So around the box, so he basically runs this long, thin wire.
Oh, it's like a tripwire warning system.
Yeah, and he's tying some like small bells. He's tying it here. Sure. Actually, it should be connected. So actually, it can't be there because that's connected.
Actually, isn't this also a door?
That's a window.
Oh.
Kilroy, you're pretty smart.
Kind of. He kind of looks. Goes. Oh, thanks. I grew up in kind of a wild place.
Didn't you grow up here?
No. I've only lived here for 4 years.
Oh wow, where did you grow up at?
I don't really know what it's called. It was an island.
The Isle of Crest?
No, it's weird. I asked Flint about it, and he could never show me on a map. That's where I met Vex. Kind of looks at like you don't understand this. He's like, what?
Well, I don't understand it. I'll be like, well, sorry I can't help you, Kilroy. I've never really. This is my first time outside of Crossroads.
Goes ahead and ties up this thing and goes, I learned this from Flint.
Ah.
He ties a bell, and it's like this thin, like almost like fishing wire. And it's got these like small little bells attached at the ends, where it like connects to the thing, so it's not like hanging out in front of it. It goes, if anybody comes through or tries to move that box from the door, they're gonna make a noise.
Well, Kilroy, if you want, I can sleep down here tonight.
No, that's a bad idea.
Okay, whatever you think.
We should all stick together.
So I'm gonna go upstairs then.
Okay.
And bed back down.
Kilroy is gonna grab Koyo, and they're gonna head upstairs. So, Uhtred, you said you've only ever been in Crossroads?
Yep, born and raised Crossroads.
What's that like? Flint told me about it once, but he's so old that I don't think it's the same way it used to be.
Well, it's a huge city. I didn't even get to see the whole city. I only stayed in an area that was similar to Yellow Belly. It was a very poor area. A lot of big workplaces, like where people, like workhouses, like where.
Like this, and he points around to the thing you're in, the warehouse.
Yes, like this, yeah. But I worked in some that were a lot bigger, and it was where all the a lot of the orphan kids would work at.
Huh.
I lived in an orphanage there.
I never really. This is my the only city I've ever been to.
Well, this is a very nice city.
Wait, what did you say?
I said, well, it seems like a nice city.
That's what I'm just told. I don't know. I haven't traveled very much. I've been saving up money to start this, and he kind of points around to the warehouse, and that's kind of all I've been doing for a while.
Well, hey, if you ever want to come over to Crossroads, I'm sure hopefully I'll have a new home by then.
Kind of looks around and goes, so Crossroads, they say the IRC, you can see it, right?
Yeah.
Is it really that many? I hear the storms there are crazy.
Oh, it's absolutely they're monstrous storms. The city is kind of like it's got like multiple places where you can see it. I lived in the area that was by like the merchant ports. It's the largest body of water I've seen in my life.
I really kind of looks something. I like the ocean. It reminds me of when I was a little bit younger.
Did you sail around?
Who? What? I hear you.
Did you sail around with Flint?
No, I was stuck on an island for a while. He kind of scratched his head. So I met Vex on that island, and well, we were both kind of stranded. Flint
wow.
says they were attacked. I didn't know this, but apparently Vex was really sick when she was a kid, and Flint and her sailed around looking for some kind of cure or something. Which is kind of weird because I thought they would have gotten it here since Lady Redguard can fix everything. But while they were sailing, they got attacked by these weirdos. Do you know what the Order of Amon is?
No idea.
Oh, crazy, creepy, like boogeyman guys. They don't even exist anymore, I don't think, which is weird. And I don't even know if Flint's telling the truth. But they got attacked, and the boat Flint and Vex were on got sunk, and well, Flint got out all right and got to another boat, but Vex got swept away, and she ended up on my island. And then she told me she hit me in the head with a rock. So I can't remember much before that.
Why did she hit you in the head with a rock?
He kind of I guess I scared her. We don't and he kind of like is like uncomfortable with this question.
That's fine. You don't want to talk about it. It's okay.
No, I don't want you guys to think about me differently.
I won't think about you differently.
So is it just Cirrus and Uthred up here right now?
I think so.
Probably.
Felix, are you up here or not?
Up where?
Up in with everybody else?
Sure.
Are you on the stairs or in your sling?
I'm on the stairs.
Oh, he's just like sitting on the stairs. So you can hear this, but he can't really see you. So he looks to you and Cirrus and he goes, "Just don't tell everyone, okay?"
Okay.
I won't.
What? He kind of looks over the railing at Felix
I won't.
sitting there, which is funny. But you wouldn't really like realize this is weird because like you think that like hearing is kind of like it's like you know like just because you're not within line of sight doesn't mean like it's weird. And he goes, "What are you doing there, Felix?"
Listening.
Oh,
it's just normal. He grew up in a small village, and they all act like that where he's from. He's told me many times.
Well,
do you have to roll a deception check again?
Sure.
Because I'm trying to cover for Felix.
I don't know, there's kind of just RP at this point.
That's actually true, though. It's like somewhat true, though.
I don't think... Don't roll it.
Okay, because I'm just trying to cover for Felix so that way he doesn't have to tell him he's blind.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
make me a deception check. That'll be a specialized... Actually, let's say it's uncommon. Because you're just talking about his... So, yep, you're good. Oh, no, there it is. Yep, you're good. Killer kind of just nods and goes, okay. I used to be kind of, like, not weird, not that you're weird, but I didn't quite get how it worked either before. Kind of scratched his head. I don't remember any of this because I got hit in the head. But kind of looks at his feet.
I'm gonna give him reassurance, like, look, Guru, I promise I won't think of you any different.
Kind of like
growing up in the orphanage,
awkwardly laughs. Growing
up in the orphanage, we had a lot of people that no one cared about. I cared about all of them, no matter what they had going on in their life.
I don't know, twiddles them. Well, Vex told me that that when she and Flint got thrown overboard, that she grabbed onto a piece of wood, and so she floated for a while, and she floated onto my island, but I didn't know it was kind of a kind of a big island, which is Flint says is really weird that it's so hard to find on a map, and he thinks it might be what's called a lost isle.
Huh.
They're magic, and he thinks that's why I got stuck there. But Vex ended up there, but Vex said somebody else ended up there, and it was one of the men that attacked their boat, and that he chased her, but he was hurt, and he chased Vex near these big rocks, and Vex said he tried to grab her, but and he's kind of like fiddling with his thumbs. I guess I killed him with a rock. Vex said I dropped it on his head, and then and he kind of twiddles on.
I view that as self-defense.
Well, he kind of twiddles his tongue. I don't. Vex said I didn't kill him, and then he's kind of like looking down at his feet and kind of like feeling really awkward. He goes, I killed him with a rock.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vex said that she hit me in the head with the rock because I was walking towards her looking all covered in blood and scary like, and well, I don't know if any of that's true, but I trust Vex.
Huh. That's a crazy story.
Well, and he kind of looks, and he's like looking at all of your faces. So, is anybody reacting to this?
No.
I'm reacting kind of like thinking Kilroy's a motherfucking badass.
Well, he's not really looking at. He kind of like looks over the ledge at you, Felix.
After hearing this, Felix literally has no emotions. He just looks like he's stopped caring anymore. It's like this stuff seems very normal. Apparently, I guess I'm just the only one. I'm the odd one out, aren't I?
Felix, that's not normal.
Well, it seems like it is.
No, you're not supposed to kill people, Felix.
Well, maybe tell that to Helena. And
hey.
And then he's about to say something, but then he like catches himself and.
So
never
Kilroy
mind.
is kind of like tearing up at this because you're kind of bullying him, and he kind of like
I'm gonna comfort him and take my handkerchief out.
Kind of rubs his eyes, and he kind of sniffles, and he goes, "I thought you guys said you wouldn't care."
I don't care, Kilroy, and I take my handkerchief out and offer it to him.
It seems like Sirius kind of tuned out in like sort of the middle of the conversation is sort of like thinking about like everything that's happened today. Like there's just like too much for him to process, and he's just basically shut off.
Honestly, Kilroy, you did it out of self-defense, so I can't blame you. But it's just a lot because Helena and
that's
she's just
what
like
I mean, though.
Trail off.
And he kind of looks, goes, I did it, and he thinks, I don't know, Helena, she didn't do it to protect anyone, did she?
We don't know.
She did it the story she told me, she did it to protect herself.
Roll me deception check. That'll be a common task. At this point, you believe your lie.
Yes. Yay!
He kind of.
I think Commander Royce said something about it.
Well, it doesn't matter. She did that. She drank his blood, but anyways, it was actually really good. Even though
blood?
No, Vex hit me with a rock. It sucks that I don't remember, but then I had a friend then, and I wasn't alone anymore. Or
Well-
I don't know if I was alone before.
Now look, I'm not condoning Helena drinking blood.
But here comes the but.
You guys know my backstory, but I do believe her killing. But I do believe the killing of the thug was justified. I've seen a lot of stuff
Does
like
your
that
character
happen.
actually believe that?
Yeah, my character doesn't give a fuck.
Okay.
I don't know anymore. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Look, the way I look at it, Kilroy, you do what you got to do to survive.
No. He kind of looks at you. You can't just kill anyone just because.
But if you have to survive because of it,
Well, that's self-defense.
exactly. Helena was getting mugged by 4 people.
I don't even know, but what if you what if you were a bad person and good people were trying to kill you? Is that it okay to defend yourself?
Well, I mean, I can't really say for what makes a person good or bad.
I'm too tired for this conversation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Anyway, Kilroy, thank you for the story. I don't think of you differently, and I'm going to sleep.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
goodness.
honestly, Kilroy, I don't really care at this point.
Oh, well, that's good, I guess. And Kilroy's gonna go ahead and kind of go over in his corner, kind of happy that he's actually shared something deep and personal. Probably his biggest secret. And
It's not even that bad
I
anymore.
know.
Completely ignored it.
Everyone ignored it because Helena just fucking tortured a guy in an alley, and that's a big
Self-defense.
problem.
If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Oh god.
And Kilroy's gonna go ahead and wrap up in one of these big moving blankets and snuggle up with his dog Koyo, and he gonna go to bed.
Honestly, I think Vex drank his fucking blood.
Well, what do you think? Because they need to drink every week.
Yeah, I think she drank Kilroy's blood. That's why he doesn't remember anything.
I don't know if I get her the memory. You could ask him if you wanted to.
Well, he got a concussion.
He did get concussion, but that was at the beginning.
I think she drank his fucking blood.
Do you want to ask?
Not right now. We're going to sleep.
So everyone goes to sleep. Okay, good. So is everyone sleeping? Or is Sirius still looking up at the ceiling?
I guess Sirius is kind of sitting against this pole, but he eventually nods off and goes to sleep.
Okay, cool. Let's wake up the next morning. Let me get some different music. Hold on.
That was such an
a
eventful
crazy day.
fucking day.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Woo!
Kill someone in self-defense.
We learned that Kilroy killed a person.
And Vex probably drank his fucking blood.
Sirius went ahead and got a sword and found his dead butler finally. Felix, what did you do?
Oh, I never mentioned.
Felix, gave his backstory. Also, fucking got traumatized by Helena.
What'd you say, Sirius?
I forgot to mention to everybody when I was sort of flipping through stuff that the killing looked to be politically motivated. And
No,
I
you
heard that.
said that. We
said that.
heard you say
You said
that.
that.
Oh, I don't think I said that. The message was the Red Guard remembers.
Oh, you did.
Oh, you did not.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I think I just told that to you.
So,
So and you were in the whispers.
Sirius post-mortem slips that in, or does that in the morning.
Okay, so let me grab some. Actually, I really like that Witcher ambiance. I think it's better like city music. Novigrad, fucking Novigrad. I love Novigrad.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Actually, let me. Well, there are more quests to be done, boys.
Okay. Well, Uhtred's an early riser, so he wakes up before the group.
Felix is gonna become a sensitive sleeper because everyone rises are sensitive hearing. So he'll wake up too.
Uhtred kind of wakes up. He doesn't really know why, but he walks over to where Helena used to sleep.
Oh.
Sure.
And
So hold on, you can't really get past because Randy is blocking the door yet again.
I pushed Randy out the first time. Can I not push him out again?
Oh yeah, you can just like soccer kick his arm out of the way.
So I can kick his arm out of the way.
Yes.
Goal, Rocket League. I'm just kind of standing there as I'm putting my stuff on for the morning, and I get my cap situated.
Helena, is there anything
Next-
special that you maybe would have left in like the dust or like a diary or anything that you would have left in here? Because all of your personal effects would have been in here.
Let's say Helena would have left a diary kind of hidden inside.
Ooh.
So make me a perception check. How well did you hide it?
I hid it probably under like a hid it in like a random drawer.
Okay, uncommon tasks. So level 2. Yeah, you're good.
Well, okay, so I find this diary, but it does me no good because I can't read.
What's this fucking book?
I'm gonna pick it up and like think that it
You've
looks
seen
kind of.
Helena have this actually on the
I've
boat.
seen her write in it before
Yes.
because I lived on a ship with her for a month. So I'm gonna kind of just stuff it in my rucksack and be hopeful that like I see her again, I guess. But for some reason, Uhtred's feeling sad. He doesn't really understand why, because like he doesn't really have an attachment to Helena, but for some reason he feels like part of the group's missing after the adrenaline and like the anger from the day kind of wore off, and he's just kind of like sulking out of her room.
Oh wow. Felix is gonna notice this as he wakes up, and is right here. It's like, hey Uhtred, how are you?
I'm fine, Felix. How are you doing this morning?
I guess I'm okay. After what happened though, I'm not sure anymore.
You know what we should do today? We should go have a proper meal. Like, go out to eat.
Kilroy is kind of like yawning open and awake, and his dog Koyo is kind of like nipping at his feet to wake him up because he's got to go to the bathroom.
Sirius also wakes up. He didn't seem to sleep all that well, but he sort of woke up with like the sound of footsteps and conversation since he's a little on edge.
Can he like jolt awake and like, oh! What did you dream
sure.
about, Sirius?
Let's see. What did Sirius dream about? He probably
Actually, what did you all
dreamed
dream about? Yeah, what did Sirius dream about first?
Okay. So he sort of has like this looping scene of sort of him opening the door and Luck being behind it with like his very radiant smile, and then sort of like them walking through sort of darkness, and then Sirius suddenly, as they're walking, falls sort of down like this vertical shaft, and then just like he sees his dead butler with like the words sprawled out, "The Red Guard remembers," and he sort of jolts awake.
It's not the Red Guard remember, it's Red Guard remembers. But yeah.
Red Guard remembers. Okay.
Uhtred dreamt about the last time he was in the orphanage and how what all went down there, and instead of the little girl that was there that he kind of like him and the rest of his 2 other pals kind of like protected and made sure that she always had her food was there, but it was replaced with Helena. And right as like the climax of that whole situation, because I'm not going to get into it unless someone asks me about it, he jolted awake, or he just woke up. His eyes just woke up. He
Felix,
like opened his eyes.
What did you dream about?
Felix had 2 parts. He had a nightmare first. So he had a nightmare about his like entire village getting shard and everything.
So question, do blind people dream only with sounds?
Basically, yeah.
That's crazy.
Actually, I don't think that's true. I think they actually can visualize stuff in their heads.
Well, yeah, you can visualize things, but
So-
obviously if you haven't really seen something, like, you're not going to instantly see it.
That's true.
Like, I'm not going to know what
I would
the color
love
yellow
to
is,
know
you
what a blind person dreams like. That's actually really interesting.
Sorry,
was
that
a-
was just a question I thought of.
It's really
There-
interesting.
I think
There's
it's
a
just a
YouTube
bunch
video
of
about it.
visual and like sensory overload kind of things.
Okay, cool.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Continue.
So first he had part of a nightmare where he woke up in the middle of the night, and when he actually dreamt about Dawn.
Oh ho ho! And Helena, what did you dream about?
Okay, I'm not gonna go into detail about it, but so you'll basically only know this narrator.
Okay.
My backstory.
Okay.
But I'm in place for my mother.
Oh. Do you does anything change, or does it play out the exact same way?
I have a knife.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the same knife you had when you killed the guy on the street?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's what everybody dreamed about. And you guys all kind of. Kilroy dreamed about probably about Vex, and he dreams about an island or something. Okay, one second. I'm putting on some warmer socks. My feet are getting really cold. Let me turn on my heater real quick, boys. Anyways, so yeah, you guys can wake up, and Koyo is kind of like yep, doing a little coyote kind of yep, trying to get Kilroy up because he's got to go to the bathroom.
I'm gonna walk downstairs.
It sees you walking downstairs, and it's gonna go and jolt off after you, and like run downstairs, kind of like wagging its tail, and it's gonna kind of like try to like whine and like point to the door, and it's gonna bump up against the wire, which it really doesn't see, and like jingle, and it's like scratching at the door here, but it can't really get out because of the
Can I roll an
box.
athletics check for the box?
Sure, that's a level 4.
Oh wow. Okay. I fail.
Jake, you should roll an additional, because remember you have a point in athletics,
Oh, yeah, my bad.
but I don't think it changes it. Yeah, you try to shift the door, but you can't really do it.
Can I use it? How many destiny points do I need to use to make this happen?
Sirius sees this happening and will go into assist.
Okay, never mind then.
It's a heavy ass box.
Yeah.
I probably would have needed to use 2 destiny points, didn't I?
Actually, we could do a thematic failure. Actually, never mind. Let's do like I'm trying to learn trying to use thematic failures more.
Sure.
So, Uthred, you go ahead, and the first time you pick up a box, you're able to kind of like jolt it back, and you push, and you jolt, push, and you're able to push it. As you push it out of the way, finally, you accidentally go ahead and like you're kind of pushing up against the wall, and like your leg against it, and you just kind of fall flat on your ass.
Nice.
You kind of like bump your head and your ass against the door, and you're kind of like, ow.
Fuck.
Yeah, and so Sirius, you kind of just see this unfold, and Koyo is now like right up against the door, like scratching at it to be let out.
Sirius. Let's see. Uthrid, are you heading out?
I'm trying to let Koyo out, and I'm gonna head
Oh.
out for a smoke.
Okay. I think I'll join you. And I sort of put up my cloak.
Okay, so we.
Hey, wait, did you take both of the pipes? Because I think Felix said he didn't smoke.
Felix.
Yeah, but I
took
the
both
pipe.
of them.
No, but I took the pipe.
Okay, so he's got the pipe. He's got the pipe.
I got a pipe.
Okay.
So I'm going to light up a pipe. My pipe.
So as you guys go outside, by the way, there are other warehouses kind of around, and you see people kind of like early morning, like people who their job is heavy industry and stuff, and like people making like ships and stuff, and people like cutting granite, and you hear the sounds of clinking tools and voices shouting and stuff. They're already going this early in the morning.
Oh yeah, for RP, I grabbed all my stuff like I do every morning.
Sure.
So I have all my stuff with me.
Sure.
Because I don't trust no one.
Trust nobody nowhere.
I'll come on perception to see if I see anything interesting, like anyone that shouldn't be there.
Sure, go ahead. Nope, you don't notice anybody.
Okay, cool. Sirius, do you smoke?
Unfortunately not.
You want to try?
I guess I could after this tough time.
I hand him the pipe for a puff.
Alright, I grab it. I do the standard thing where you like take a whiff, but like you just start hacking.
Yeah, you try you actually breathe it in into your lungs instead of kind of holding it in your mouth. You just kind of have it. Your eyes begin to water, your mouth kind of is slobbery, and your nose runs.
I think that's good for now.
That's okay. You get used to it. Then you can't stop. And I take it back and I start smoking it.
Kilroy kind of like saunters up and he kind of stretches his arms and he begins like gingerly, kind of like one leg at a time.
Yeah, Koyo out, by the way.
Yeah, so Koyo is like scampering around and it goes over here and it's sniffing over here and it's sniffing at those footsteps, but it's also taking a leak.
Nice. Beautiful dog.
And Kilroy kind of just makes his way downstairs and on the way down, Vince, do you sleep over here or do you sleep in your hammock?
I sleep in the hammock, but I'm over here because I was following Uhtred. I keep forgetting to move myself.
Oh, so you went outside with Uhtred?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I followed.
Okay, yeah. So you could light up a pipe too if you wanted, Vince.
I don't want to. Felix doesn't smoke.
So, Felix, you ever going to use that pipe you got?
No, not really. Do you want it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Kilroy comes
Thank you,
out and he
Felix.
sees you smoking, and he goes, "You smoking?"
I am. You want a puff? I know you said you don't smoke, but
I really shouldn't. It's not super healthy, but one puff couldn't hurt.
so I give him the lit pipe for him to take a puff.
He just kind of takes like a normal puff, and he does it the right way, where he takes it in his mouth and he lets it out. He goes, Flint likes to puff his pipe, and he made me do it once. I
Oh, did he?
gagged and coughed a lot, but this is okay.
And then I'm kind of glancing at Sirius, like, yeah, that happens the first time.
Kilroy kind of like goes over and looks at Koyo and makes sure that he's doing his business, and he goes, "So what do you guys want to do today?"
Well, I think we should probably tell Lady Redguard about Felix, or not Felix, Sirius.
Probably a good idea.
Okay.
What do you think of my cloak? Do you think it covers me well enough? I sort of like tighten it around my face just so it's not as visible.
I mean, and he kind of looks around the back of your cloak, which has your big family insignia on it.
I'm gonna grab his cloak and I'm gonna rub it in mud.
I mean, this is like your part of your garb, right? Is this?
Here, give me that, Felix. Give me that, Sirius. I'll take the cloak and I'm gonna rub it in mud.
Hold on, no. I'll just. Kilroy, do you have a spare cloak that I could use?
He doesn't need to get a spare cloak. We'll just rub this in mud.
Well, here, I have an idea, and he's gonna go ahead.
Yeah, rub it in mud.
Well, what's with you and mud?
Well, it'll make him look less noble.
That is true. But I have a better idea. And he's gonna go ahead and take off his jacket. And he's gonna go ahead and give you his jacket, which has the. And he's gonna go ahead and take off. In his jacket, he points to what looks to be this like large red kind of like scarf thing.
Okay.
And he goes, "You could just. It's like I don't know if you guys ever held one of those big scarves. Like you could actually wrap it around your head.
It's like a babushka scarf,
it's
like the Russian women.
It's a babushka scarf. It's actually, it's a girl scarf, but it's a big one.
It's Vex's scarf.
And he goes, "Here, you put on that," and he points to the cloak. "Give me that."
Okay, but see, the problem, Kilroy, is now they're going to think you're him.
No, and he just turns the cloak inside out. And he puts it on, and he goes, "See, and even if they do find this cloak on me, then I'm just going to wear the hood up. What they want with me?"
I look to Sirius and I go, "You still need mud on your face." I'm gonna go get mud. I'm gonna wipe it on his face so he looks like
you allow this?
Wraps himself in the scarf as fast as possible. So
hey, Killer goes, "Hey, don't get mud on the scarf."
Oh, okay. I take it and I throw the mud down
Kilroy,
outside
take
again.
care of that. Take care of that for me.
You too. That's my only good coat, and don't lose that scarf.
I'll be sure to not lose it. So
I'm
guessing like Sirius looks sort of, I guess, like feminine from like an angle or whatever.
You got a girl scarf on.
As he gets dressed up, I'm gonna bow and go, "Milady."
Oh my lord.
Koyo, you hear a yip.
Kind of roll your eyes.
For once, I'm glad I'm blind.
You hear a yip and a squeal as you guys kind of turn. You see Koyo got a squirrel and is ripping it apart.
Nice. That could be dinner for the night.
Oh, Koyo, what a good doggo.
And it's just holding this dead squirrel's body in its mouth.
Oh, good boy.
That's adorable.
And it brings it over and it's gonna lay it at you guys' feet and just like.
That's adorable.
I go, "Good boy."
That's the most adorable thing I've heard all day.
And it's gonna start eating its squirrel.
Nice.
I
look at Kilroy's like, "You got a good hunting dog on your hands."
I got him when I moved here. They were gonna kill him.
What?
Why would they kill him?
Well, they said that he was part coyote and that you can't tame a coyote.
That doesn't matter. And I rub his head.
Coyote kind of nubbles up against you, but he's focused on this fucking squirrel.
So let's go
going
to Castle Redguard then, or Castle Teardrop, or whatever it's called. I can't remember.
Sure. Well, and
That's also in character.
kind of looks around. Well, if we're trying to find Lady Redguard, she would probably be over at the medical district.
That's true. Let's go there then.
Okay, or we could tell Flint. And
We could also tell Flint. Where would he be at?
Flint would be at the castle. He usually trains in the morning, and I probably should go, but this just seems more important.
Actually, Kilroy, why don't we go down? I want to practice swordsmanship, and it'll give me something to take my mind off of things.
We're going to Castle Tearstone, right?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah,
Castle
to
Tearstone.
the training room.
Can I?
Yeah, let's
can
go
I?
tell Flint.
And
he
we
seems
can-
more capable.
Yeah,
the college is right next to it. I can stop by there.
Sure, but just be careful, because they don't like kids running around. I tried to go in once, and I kind of got in trouble.
Maybe I can get Lady Redguard to let me in.
You
Ooh.
could
Let that
try,
happen?
but
What about that? What's her name? The Dawn. Dawn. Yes, her.
No, she's looking at Dawn.
Yeah. Why don't you ask her?
Maybe. I did say that I would come back to a breakfast one day. Maybe I should go ask her.
Exactly. It's settled. We're going to Castle Teardrop.
okay. And Kilroy begins to kind of you guys begin to saunter down the street towards Castle Tearstone.
Is Cirrus still our mascot?
I believe so.
Awesome.
feeling that.
So in the bright early morning, you guys aren't really afraid at all, and Helena, you're given kind of like this gruel and water for breakfast. They put you in a prison cell overnight. That's your.
Yeah,
that's what
Helena hasn't eaten much. Eaten anything since she's been in the cell.
Well, she ate the blood, so she's okay.
She good. She had enough yesterday.
Oh god.
That was only yesterday. Oh my gosh.
Dude, you need to have her RP with some prisoners, giving her advice about how to survive in prison.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that they've cordoned her off to a part of the prison that isn't. They don't allow like other prisoners in, like that room she was in.
Yeah, but maybe they can talk to her through the wires.
Hey, little girl.
Yeah.
I heard you drank some guy's blood. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is she gonna say that's sick? Even the prisoners. Oh my god. What if even the prisoners like
Was it
think it's gross?
delicious?
Why are you talking to me?
I got nothing else to do.
You could just sit there.
That's nothing.
She's gonna.
Oh, Jake.
Oh god.
Oh man.
She's gonna make enemies in prison. This is hilarious.
Are you getting smart with me, girl?
No, well, I don't
I'll
think
cut
we
you up, you
should.
bitch.
Oh my
You're
god.
the one who's in the cell right next to me. You can't do much in there.
Oh jeez. Helena!
I'm not trying to be mean.
I'll be out soon. You're gonna cut your head off, little girl.
Oh my god, Helena, you need to stop
Probably.
talking.
What'd you say, Elena?
Probably.
He just kind of laughs maniacally, and one of the guard comes over and goes, "Quiet! Quiet! People are still trying to sleep this early in the morning." And you don't hear anything else.
Oh,
Okay.
that's fine.
So,
Creepy men always try to come towards Helena, and Helena says no.
no, well, to be fair, last time you went to find creepy men.
Well, but yeah,
last time
but-
the roles were reversed. Yeah, so
Hey, Helena was not being creepy.
you guys are okay. You guys make your way through, and you guys take your shortcut through Bergenworth. So Vince, Felix, as you guys kind of pass through here, you see various students walking around. Some of you kind of, again, you guys pass that one building that has like this open top, and you hear like the crackle of things and the pop and zoo of things, and like people kind of like talking and like the low murmur of like chatting inside.
Mm-hmm.
And you keep walking through, and Kilroy points and goes, "That's where they practice dueling."
Dueling? Like with magic?
Mm-hmm.
I've always wanted to learn magic.
Flint says it's kind of dumb.
You think?
Flint says just learn to use a bow or a sword. Though I don't really believe Flint, because, well, Flint knows magic too.
Oh, he does?
Yep.
I don't know. I always thought magic was really cool.
Flint's an edge weaver.
A what?
Oh, you don't know what that is?
No, I'm not very good at magic. I don't know a lot.
I can have him show you if you want. He'll definitely show. He tries to show it off a lot, like a lot.
I see.
Here, and you guys begin to make your way over towards the gate. And as you guys get to the gate, guess who you run into? It's your boy, Small Paul.
Aw, dude.
Oh.
Hold on. So as you guys kind of approach the gate, you kind of see this fat, portly guard with a big pie pan up on top, and he goes, "Who goes there?" "It's me, Kilroy, and everybody else." And he goes, "Oh, is that Uthred I see?" Nope, it's not Uthred he sees.
Uthred is
Muted
muted.
myself, sorry. Yes, it's Uhtred.
Kind of looks, "Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. the detective himself, I heard about something you did recently."
I do a lot of things.
Well, I have another riddle for you, if you'd like to take a crack at it. This one's
Sure.
harder. The riddle me this. I have a heart that never beats. I have a home, but I never sleep. I can take a man's house and build another's. And I love to play games with my many brothers. I am a king among fools. Who am I? Oh,
Can
riddle
you
me
say
that.
that again?
Sure. I have a heart that never beats. I have a home, but I never sleep. I can take a man's house and build another's, and I love to play games with my many brothers. I am a king among fools. Who am I?
Is it a deck of cards?
Not necessarily. That one's smart. What's your name?
My name's Felix.
Can I use the destiny point to figure it out?
Sure.
I don't know.
mean,
How would I do that? Just take a
Vince is
destiny
pretty
point off?
close. Vince is pretty close.
I'm like really.
Is it
good
the
at both.
Joker?
I have a
No.
I have a
Close.
heart.
Closer.
Oh, is it the King of Hearts or Queen of Hearts?
Bingo! Well, look who got it. And it kind of smiles. I made that one up myself. How did you enjoy it?
It
It was very
okay.
good. It was hard.
It was pretty easy. Oh.
What?
I found it hard.
I mean, it was hard. Yeah.
Kind
Well,
his five chins kind of like jiggle as he kind of goes, and he kind of walks over to like this latch, and he unreleases the gate and lets it up. And he goes, "Carry on, Felix."
I'm sorry.
I'll remember that, Felix. I'll have a much hard. I won't have an easy one for you next time. And yeah, you guys are able to enter Castle Redguard. Past Small Paul, who's not very small.
Can I roll perception to see if Tom is in here?
Sure, one sec, guys. Let it load in. Cool. So Helena's not here. Bye, Helena. Kilroy is here, and Koyo came. Sure. And
Once we're inside, can I roll that perception for Tom?
sure, that's gonna be a common task.
God, he's in here, isn't he?
So as you guys approach the door, this guy opens the door and lets you guys in, and he recognizes Kilroy. You guys are able to come in. Make me that check, Jake.
Oh God, damn it!
The guard goes, no dogs allowed. You know that, Kilroy. And the Kilroy just goes, sit. And Kilroy just kind of whines and sits.
Sit
Oh no! Not
right
quite
outside the
yet.
door.
Okay.
I rolled.
Yeah, you don't see him in here.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Actually, if you remember, he was working as like a bodyguard and escorting people.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he got moved in here.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you guys are in here, and a killer begins walking over here. So as you guys open up the door, you see none other than your boy Flint.
Yay!
And he's shirtless, and he's like swinging his saber around, and like, yeah, and he throws a dagger at the door, and it rings right into the door, right next to you guys' head, and he goes, "Ah, well, look who learned to join. Look who wanted to join." And he looks at Kilroy. I thought you said you weren't gonna come yesterday. And Kilroy goes, "We had nothing better to do."
I'll grab the dagger and bring it back to him like I did last time.
This is a swordbreaker dagger.
Ooh, I like this one. This is a nice weapon.
Indeed, and because I had this commissioned by. Have you met Asher? I know Kilroy has.
I
But...
have. I bought a dagger off of her.
Ah, let me see yours.
I pull out my Bollock dagger.
Kind of balances it in his fingers for a second, like flicks it up in the air a couple times, and he picks it up and he like jolts it and he throws it into the door. It's a good dagger.
I go and get it. Thank you. I'm sheath it back up.
You want to learn how to use a dagger better?
I do.
You see, when I used to sail the seas, most men would favor cutlasses and other weapons such as that, but knowing how to use a dagger is quite important. You see, we used to climb the tall sails of ships, and we'd even do battle up there. I can't.
Well, I would like a larger weapon, but I can't afford it. Plus, I'm pretty sure I'd get arrested by the guard.
Probably would. Here, and he's gonna go ahead and hand your knife out to you. And so, if you guys want to learn for the next couple hours, you guys can like practice the basics of like knife fighting.
I do.
Felix isn't going to, but Felix is going to go up to Flint and be like, "Flint, I heard you could do something called edge something."
Oh, yes.
Thing. What is it?
I need something to cut. And he looks around, and he goes ahead and he pulls out what looks to be like this like old bust.
He should have grabbed the coat off of Kilroy.
Oh, he's gonna grab like this marble bust off the wall, and it looks like it's like been like hit by things before and like clinked off of, and he goes, "This is the one I wanted Kilroy to practice on, but could never quite get it. He's not no offense, Kilroy, you're just not very gifted with magic." And Kilroy just kind of like lowers his head.
Look at Kilroy go, "It's okay, I can't even read."
Can't read?
No.
What kind of pirate would you make then if you can't read? How could you be a captain if you can't read?
Well, I've never actually been on a ship except for the one that brought me over here.
Don't you ever want to lead men?
I led some people back in Crossroads.
Oh, what do you mean?
Me and just a couple other guys, kind of made sure our orphanage was well stocked with supplies.
You were kids. Okay, well, that's one thing. But to lead men, they need to trust you and respect you. It's not all about being the smartest, but learning to read is kind of a mandatory thing.
I would like to. I don't know anyone that can read.
As he's doing this all, he's gonna go ahead and find like a place to set up the marble head, and he goes, "Edge weaving is, I think, a more practical side of magic. I don't know. I think sometimes those wizards are a bit kooky in their ways, but this is practical." And he's gonna go ahead and pull out his a knife, and actually he's gonna look at you and goes, "Actually, here." And he's gonna set his sword breaker aside and go, "Hand me your dagger." And he points
I hand him my Bollock dagger.
He grabs it and he holds it and he goes, "See, all it takes is a very fine amount of magic right at the edge to make any weapon extremely dangerous." He's gonna go and rub his finger down the length of the blade right along the edge. Shing. And as he does, you see this kind of like slight glint as his finger reaches the end of it, and this is like almost like this little crackle of energy off his fingers. And then he's gonna go ahead, in the instant his finger leaves the blade, he's gonna slash forward at this marble bust, and he's gonna, and it doesn't move. He goes, "Shit, did Oh, and he kind of like looks. I think there's something wrong with your dagger. And as he does, the bust like slides off as it's been cut perfectly.
I look, holy shit.
Yes, I learned a long time from a man I respected very much, but that was a long time ago. Well before any of you were even born. No, that is not satisfactory for your young one. And he looks over to you, Felix. I can show you again.
That's so cool.
See, I can do it with this, and he goes ahead and grabs an axe off the off one of the sides.
How did you learn to do that?
Shing, and he slings and he cuts the marble like part of it again. Shing. Oh, like 20 years of practice.
But how?
I knew somebody who knew how to do it.
Ah.
You should start with daggers and small things, and start with paper. And then
so if I wanted to learn magic to heal people, I'd have to find someone who knows magic to heal people.
Oh well, I don't even know where to begin with that. You have to ask my wife. Though she's not a magician herself, she's more of a lady of science.
Do you
she
think
dabbles.
I could talk to her? I'd like to join the college.
He starts begin laughing. But you're a kid.
Of course I'm a kid. Well, where else would I start?
Look, you're gonna live a long time. You're a Lycan, right?
I mean, yeah.
You'll live a while. Why rush?
Do we ever know?
I can't help anyone if I don't rush.
Well, no offense, but you look. He kind of like is laughing himself, and he's gonna walk over, kind of put his hand around your shoulder. Let me tell you something. Enjoy this youth while you have it, okay? Things get complicated when you get older, and right now things might seem like, I don't know, like the end of the world, and you know your friend got thrown in jail or whatever. But like that's actually not that bad. Things are gonna get a lot worse.
but what? I just
wait till all the trauma sets in.
If it's all so simple, then why can't I just do the simple thing I want to do, which is learn?
Oh, you can learn, but no offense, do you have any formal education?
No.
Well,
or, I mean, I technically went to school at my hometown.
Yeah, but
I'll chime in. He can read though.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
but you gotta understand.
Yeah, I can read.
He knows you're blind. This kind of laugh. Wait, he's assuming what you mean is like Braille.
Yeah, so like Felix is saying that yes, technically that's true. I can read Braille, but like I'm not comfortable saying that without specifying because it'd be a lie.
So he kind of goes ahead and kind of looks at you and goes, "Look, you gotta understand the kind of kids that they let in are like my daughter, Vex. She could get in there. She probably will. She's very smart, has a formal education, comes from a good family.
What do I have to do to get in?
Well, first things first, you need to grow up a bit. Probably get some more formal education under your belt. Go back, get some schooling under your belt, and then take some entrance exams.
How do I attend school here?
You need to grow up.
I need a roadmap. I don't care if I'm young.
Also, it would help if you had a great family lineage.
Well, I can't change that. Tell me something I can change.
Okay, you need to get a lot of money then.
Money? What?
Oh yes.
Why do I need money?
Oh, money. You see, the one thing about these nobles, and Lutra, you pay attention to this, and Kilroy too, and you, Sirius, you probably knows, but money tends to make things happen. You see.
Oh. This is what I've been telling you, Felix. Street smarts.
But I didn't have to pay to go to school at home.
Oh, that's very nice. But here,
the barn was really nice. And the lady who taught us, Lady McGuckin, she was really nice too.
Well, the teachers have to eat too. Do you think that they're just gonna give away the secrets
of
the arcane for
farmer.
free?
Of course, yeah, she was a farmer. She did it herself too.
She didn't know magic.
No, she didn't.
And besides,
we
don't even know
how to read. She taught me how to read, though.
I don't even know if. Well, do you know if you have any aptitude for it?
I can learn.
No, well, Kilroy can learn. He's a good learner, but he just doesn't have it.
What do you mean? For magic or for medicine?
Well, medicine, as long as you have the brain on your shoulders, you could, which you seem like you might, but have you ever tried any magic at all?
No, but I can try to learn, can't I?
You could try,
I won't
but
know. I
you-
won't know if I can or can't unless I try.
exactly.
What? So then, how do I try? Where do I
Well,
start?
first you need to grow up a bit and either have a
Oh
lot of
my
money, a family
God!
lineage. Like
Why is growing up have to be a requirement?
because
Why
no one
can't I
takes you
do it
seriously.
now?
You're a 14-year-old kid.
Why can't you just take? I don't
I
understand.
can't teach you.
I'm gonna go find Lady Redguard.
What's his problem?
Felix.
He looks stupid.
I go to Flint, you know. He's very emotional.
Does he not
he's like
understand
he's like a young girl.
Does he not understand how the world works?
No. Not
I
really.
can still hear you.
I know,
I know,
Felix.
blind boy. Does that mean? Am I
No,
being mean?
Flynn.
Am I being mean?
No, we were on the streets yesterday, and boy's got no common sense about how the world works.
Well, you don't need common sense when you know how to use a sword. And he goes, "Looks like you got yourself one, Cirrus. That's very nice. Is that what your
Yes.
father gave you, or?"
Oh, he sort of remembers, like, after all this conversing and stuff. Did Luck ever get back to you at what happened yesterday and what he showed me?
Oh, well, and he kind of looks to Kilroy and Uthred, and he goes, "What do you mean by that?"
Well, is he looking like it looks like he doesn't know if, like, they should know? Or...
Yes.
Don't worry, they know.
Oh.
Yes, I know. I was there when Luck tried to take him to an unspecified location.
Well, and Flint kind of...
Alone,
Flint
by
kind
the
of...
way.
Oh, I know. Flint's kind of... You gotta give props to that kid. You should learn a thing from him, Uhtred. He kind of just, he knows how to get his way. And, Flint's gonna go ahead and walk over here and throw the marble bust in, like, a trash bin. Kind of turn around.
So, question. You said... Sorry, I'm not seizing an RP. Give me a second.
Yeah.
So you said to lead people, you need to learn how to read. How can I learn how to read?
Oh, that's easy. You just find someone who knows how to read, and they teach you.
Oh, okay. Well,
Kilroy, you could teach him to read. Kilroy goes, sure.
sweet.
It's not hard, and we have the newspaper. So first you gotta start with your alphabet and work from there.
Oh, okay. Well, right now I'd like to learn about dagger fighting.
Me too. And he kind of whips out a dagger, and then he kind of flips it backwards and hands it to you. So the first thing you need to learn about a dagger fight is, and then we're gonna proceed into generic combat training. He does teach you a couple important things. So first he goes over edge alignment with a dagger, but he kind of tells you right up front that, like, if it ever comes down to you're fighting with a dagger, that's kind of your last resort, and that's not a smart thing to do. In general, it's your last. It's either your last attempt, or you're fighting someone in armor and you're grappling them. And he kind of tells you about how in armor, if you can go ahead and sling get the dagger somewhere where they're not protected, their armor means very little because you can slink it in. And so he kind of you guys also practice a little bit of grappling and stuff, and about how, like, pin someone on the ground, and, like, he even brings in, like, a suit of armor and stuff, and he puts it on and, like, shows you guys where to, like, and he actually has to have you guys help him get it on and everything, but it gives you a blunted dagger, and he kind of teaches you guys, like, the general spots of where to slip the blade in between armor to hurt somebody.
Nice.
Which basically
now,
equates to in Cogent, if you don't know, if you're in combat and you get a level 1 victory, you can do what's called a close combat.
Yeah.
And if you get in close combat, armor doesn't mean anything. And if they have a medium weapon or larger, then they can't use it in close quarters because it's literally like you're literally like
Right
body to body.
them.
Yeah, like so. If you had a dagger and Cirrus here had a sword, and you two entered into close quarters combat together, his sword, like, basically it means, like, you're pushed up against each other, and you basically have your arm around his sword and something, and so or, like, basically it's too unwieldy where you're too close, where you need a little distance to swing your sword.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah.
Can I pull out my second dagger and practice using 2 daggers at once?
Sure, he kind of teaches you a little bit, and he kind of tells you that generally it's better to have a sword and a dagger, because
Oh yes.
2 daggers are nice, but he kind of like, well, first of all, he kind of lets you guys like, he lets you play around with like a pole arm or something, and like these like big pole axes and stuff. He's like, that's a real man's weapon. Unless well, on the seas we didn't really carry these. They're a little heavy and unwieldy, but that's a weapon you want if you actually have to fight somebody for real, if you're going to war. But in general,
I say I like the sword breakers. Those are cool. I've never seen them before the other day.
they are, but they're very expensive.
Yes, I'm saving up.
I see. Well, Asher makes a fine sword breaker, so I had this one here commissioned from her. But yeah, basically you guys learn about dual wielding. So with dual wielding, basically, if you don't already know, so what you can actually do, so with a medium weapon, Sirius, I don't know if you know this, but with a medium weapon, you can go ahead and do, you can two-hand a medium weapon, which goes ahead and I believe it gives you an additional, actually I can look right here, so hardcore combat rules, show to players, and I believe it's down in medium weapons. Yeah, if you go ahead and, if you're two-handing a medium weapon, you get an additional d6.
Ooh.
So instead of your sword doing 1d6 in additional, it does 2d6. That's only if you're two-handed. Also, to get the point across about the dual wielding, which I probably should add, but sorry guys, it's in combat fundamentals. You can offhand a weapon. And what offhanding a weapon does is, if as long as you have, so let's say I have a, say I have a dagger in one hand and a sword in the other, and the sword, you have to choose kind of which is your primary weapon. So let's say my sword's my primary. If I have at least 1 point, 1 point in dagger proficiency, I can go ahead and use that as my, as a like a secondary, like my dual wielding weapon. And what that does is, I believe for a dagger, it gives you a plus, it's either a 1 or a 2 d6.
Ooh.
And I believe for a sword, it's only an additional, I think for a dagger, it's 2. For a sword, it's 1. Oh, let me double check here. Combat fundamentals here. Should have all this memorized by now, but still a lot. And we haven't done a ton of combat is the problem. Double check here. Was it under hardcore combat rules, armor? No, weapon modifiers probably. Building. Where is dual wielding? Here we go. Yeah, so dual wielding does not give an additional combat roll in the round. What it does grant is additional dice depending on the weight of the secondary weapon being used. To wield the character, to dual wield, the character must have at least 1 proficiency in both weapons used to receive any bonus. So if you have a small secondary weapon, you get plus 2d6 on your offhand weapon. And so if you go ahead and, but then if you, if it's just a medium weapon, then it's only a plus 1d6. So technically, Sirius, after today, you can go ahead, because basically, a one-handed sword is nice, but it would usually be better to have your other hand open to use something else, so you can have another way to hit somebody.
Okay.
And so you could technically use a sword and a dagger, and you'd get the sword benefit. Then instead of only getting plus 1d6 extra from your two-handing your sword, you could have 2d6.
Okay.
Yeah, so he goes and teaches you guys this stuff. And actually, I'm going to add this to the, what's it called? Actually, do I have this? I thought I have this. I thought I did. Am I just stupid? I need to add that onto that sheet so you guys can see that. But yeah, and so you guys teach you. So each of you guys, who's here training, you're going to go ahead and gain 1 proficiency with, I believe it is small bladed weapon. Check here. So small bladed, yes. So daggers and short swords, stuff like that. Small knives. So now whenever you make an attack roll with that weapon, you get to add 1 proficiency bonus to it. Okay, cool, yeah. And so you guys kind of wrap up your training, and you guys are all kind of tired and stuff, and kind of bruised and stuff from where you guys have been jabbing each other with these like fake wooden knives and stuff, and you guys have been practicing grappling and stuff, and, like stabbing each other. And this time, actually, Kilroy is able to participate a little bit. He gets winded kind of fast, but does anybody want to? Well, first you two see how you guys did against each other.
Okay.
So each of you roll me a. Do
Athletics check?
you guys want to actually fight and practice, or do you guys want to just roll and just say like use that?
We'll just roll.
Okay, go ahead and roll
Sure.
me a d20.
Oof.
Oof!
Oh,
Oof!
Can I use the destiny point?
No, you guys are
Damn
both
it.
like very sloppy. But Uthrid, you're more sloppy.
Damn
I
it.
guess it's sort of like I'm trying to do like the sword in one hand, dagger in the other, but I really need to stick with just sword for now or something.
Yeah, you're learning, and so here, let's have Kilroy roll. Kilroy, so as you guys all spar throughout the day and stuff, Kilroy's just better than dagger with you guys, even though he gets winded really fast, and like after about like the first wind, he has to like take a break for like 15 minutes and let you guys do your thing, but he just pokes you guys every time. But you're pretty easily, once he's tired, he's pretty easy to beat. It's real easy. He can win like the first one, and then after that, he just keeps losing and losing.
Beat
Okay.
him up with a stick when he's on the ground, just throwing a ball.
Yeah, that's it. So make sure you guys put that on your character sheet. Okay, back
I
over to
did.
Felix. Felix, what are you doing?
So Felix is gonna just like sulk into the dining room because he doesn't know where else to go because he got kicked out of the library last time. And he's just gonna like, is there anything in there right now?
Not right now. And as you kind of pass through the like over here, you actually see that this door is open, and this guy you met yesterday, he's cooking.
Oh, I'm gonna look inside. What's he cooking? Where's the door? Oh, over here.
Well, you can't look inside, Vince.
I know, but like, what's he cooking? What do I smell?
You smell butter, garlic, meat, potatoes, parsley, and milk and cream and stuff. It smells awesome. Kind of goes, what do you want?
I was wondering what you're cooking in here.
I'm making meat. You're allowed to, like, butcher's cleaver, chop through some bone.
What kind of meat?
Cow.
Cow. So
Beef.
steak, chuck, flank, sirloin?
Right now I'm making a sirloin. I'm preparing for
Ah.
later tonight. They need to be
Oh.
brined, you see.
Of course, of course. I remember when I was back home, Miss McGuffin often shared with us some of her food, and she brined it for like over a week, and it was really great.
Yes, usually that's as long as I like to, but I don't
Mhm.
usually have the time. Crack.
Of course not. You're in a palace, aren't you? You don't really have the luxury to make food as long as possible because the nobles want it,
Do
right?
you cook yourself?
Not really, but I remember my mama cooking a lot.
Did she make anything in particular?
Well, I liked eating her melted cheese dishes. We didn't get cheese a lot, but when we did, it was always great.
Well, we have the finest cheeses here at Castle Redguard.
That's I remember. I had cheese here and it was amazing.
Actually, you didn't
It
have
was-
cheese.
Yes, I did.
Nope.
Lady Redguard. What?
You had it over
In
at
the
the medical
fire.
district. Not here.
Oh, is that not the same cheese?
You don't know.
Okay, never mind. Then I'm gonna say like, oh, well, I'm sure it tasted amazing.
Where did you have the cheese?
I had it at the medical district.
The cheese is chump change. And he goes ahead and reaches out and he goes over to like this like small cabinet and opens up. There's big blocks of cheese and he goes and whips one out. And he cuts off a big slab and goes, "Here, try this cheese. This cheese will be better."
So Felix walks over and tries some.
It's you can decide for yourself whether you like it more or not.
I decide that it's better.
Okay. You say.
Oh, oh my gosh, this cheese is amazing.
It's been aged for 5 years. It's very good cheese. What's your name?
My name's Felix.
You can call me the Sarge. As you can
Hi, Sarge. Do you know when Dawn Lightbringer comes in for food?
Well, usually she comes in with her brother, but I Haven't seen them this morning.
Oh, really? Do you know maybe where they would be? I told Dawn that I would meet her eventually, and I'd come back for lunch, but I didn't come back yesterday because of some unfortunate events
Well,
that happened.
I am not her bodyguard, so
I know,
I don't know.
but I was just wondering if you knew.
I don't. Actually, I'm kind of busy. Are you here for food?
I was, but I think I'm good for now. Thank you so much.
Okay. And so you heading out?
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can sneak into the library.
Okay.
Missing me.
Sure. So while they're doing all their practicing, so you kind of loop back around this way. As you are walking, Vince, across this open floor here through the throne room, you see this guy kind of pop his head out of this doorway over here, and he begins walking out, and he goes, "Who are you?
I'm Felix.
What are you doing in the throne room all alone?"
Oh, this is the throne room because I'm going with you.
Yeah.
I was heading over to the library.
What? You can't go to the library. That's private.
Can I get permission to go to the library?
Get permission. If you need a permission, you need to go to the head of the library.
Where is that?
I'm
Is
the head
it
of the
in
library.
Oh, well, that's perfect. Would you mind, sir, if I could read some of your medical textbooks?
No. Oh, who even let you in here?
Well, I'm with Kilroy and his other friends, but they're sparring at the moment, and I'm not very good at fighting.
So they think you could just walk around here? You're not of noble blood. I don't have to put up with this. Get out of my institution. Follow me.
Okay, sir.
You ready? You'll be punished for this. And he leads you over to the library.
Okay.
And he leads you to the library, and he sets you on a desk. You're gonna have to write something for me. Okay. Write out. I want you to copy this book. He sets the book up here into this book and recopy it. Every word. I don't want to hear it.
Is it a normal book?
Yes. And he kind of walks
no.
out. He walks out. He goes, "You there?" And this woman up on the she's sorting books and pulling out this large scroll. She goes, "Make sure he does not get up until he is done transcribing that book."
Okay. So can I use my sense of touch to try to mimic the ink slices? Because they're those would be, what's it called? They'd be smoother than the rest of the page. So it would take me ridiculously long, but
you can try. You can try. It's
I will try
really hard.
Is it like a perception?
That would probably be a perception, and then also a sleight of hand.
Okay.
You gotta let me say it first, because it was gonna be a 4.
Never mind. Do I have to re-roll?
No, because you're gonna have to 4. You gotta let me say it beforehand, so you can use a destiny point if you need to.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
If you would have used a destiny point, but it's a. Well, you guys gotta wait. So it's a 4, so you fail, unless you want to burn destiny points.
I'll spend 2 destiny points to succeed.
Okay, you're able to trace out these kind of rough, where you feel like the ink has pressed into the page, and you're kind of able to trace out a general, you're able to process it into your brain. You see it in your head, these words. You've never practiced writing before, though. So this is gonna be you don't have any good handwriting, I think, because you've never had to write.
Yes, I've never written before, but this is.
Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check, and that's going to be at 4. Actually, no, it would be Actually, hold on 1 second. Let me check something. Supposed to make it the same. Well, this is kind of different because this is nobody else is blind.
Yes.
Let me think about this. Hold on. Different. Go to my cheat sheet real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna say for you, this is a difficult task because you've never written before in your entire life, and you're trying to write from memory without seeing.
Yes.
So that's a 4.
So I have to do it again. A perception.
You need a sleight of hand to try to translate it onto the paper.
Okay. It's a 4.
It's a 4.
Well, okay. Is that even possible?
Is it?
Yes.
This is stretching yourself.
It is possible because I barely fail.
You barely fail. So unless you have destiny points,
I don't. I only have 2.
So
unless you award me more for this session.
Not right now.
Okay,
we're gonna do a narrative failure here, though. So Felix, you have it in your head, and you begin to write it down on the paper, but it's really slow. And this guy comes in about an hour later, and you're like dedicated to this. And this guy comes in and goes, "Okay, are you done? It's a small. Wait, and you've only done like 1 page.
Yeah.
It's like a 5-page book." And he goes, "What? Can't you write?
No, sir.
This is infuriating.
Well, I could if it were in Braille.
Blind?
That's a one way of saying it, I suppose.
What the hell does a blind kid want with a library?"
Well, I was hoping. I really want to study medicine, sir.
What?
And no
How
one else.
could you read the books?
I can read Braille, sir.
We don't have Braille books here.
Oh. Well, do you know where I could find books of Braille?
Probably at Bergenworth.
But they won't let me into Bergenworth. They keep telling me I'm not old enough.
Who told you? Just go. Have you gone to Bergenworth?
I suppose I haven't really tried. I've been a little too
What are you
scared.
complaining about? You see,
All
young
right.
man, I was in your shoes a long time ago, and people kept telling me no, but I made my own way. They said, "No, my blood can't become a scholar," but I showed them.
You're right, sir. If I want to change something, then I better do it now. Thank you so much. What was your name?
No, get the fuck out of my library.
Of course, what was your name, library master?
Call me the head of the library, that's it. Now get the fuck out. You ruined all
Okay.
this ink.
Okay, well, technically, I didn't do terribly.
You didn't, and you kind of walk away, and he kind of looks at it and goes,
Okay,
I'll
I'm
just
gonna go to
finish this-
Bergenworth
I'll just
now.
finish myself. He begins fucking OCD and begins to write out the book.
Well, you've invigorated him to leave everyone behind and go to Bergenworth.
Woo! Woo!
God, that whole interaction was hilarious.
What the fuck does a blind kid need with a library? Let me tell you this joke. A blind kid walks into a library. Okay, cool. So, we're gonna go ahead and what time is it? We're gonna call it there, boys. We're gonna pick this up next time.
Sounds good.
I'm tired. Well, that was eventful. It wasn't as eventful as last time.
I don't think anything could be as eventful as last time.
That was pretty eventful, yeah.
Not
But,
for a long time.
I can tell you guys that there are still more questions to do. You guys are kind of just RPing at this point. You're not actually doing any quests with this. You are learning stuff though. Like just learning stuff is like it's not necessarily a quest, but it's useful because like
I see, said the blind man to the deaf.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so make sure you guys mark down your weapon proficiencies gained. Now, just to be clear, remember that these are temporary. If you don't actually practice them and practice them, they're gonna go away.
Okay.
So like,
Okay.
yeah. And Vince, you have none.
Yeah.
It might have been smart for you to learn like just something, but
No, that's why Vince is by Uhtred all the time.
That's why Vince is always hanging around Uhtred.
technically the most dangerous person is Sirius now,
Oh yeah.
Probably.
because he's got a sword. And
It's all that rich blue privilege.
it is rich it's
yeah.
blue privilege. But that's it.
He's gotta wear a scarf now.
I hope everyone had
Can't-
fun. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll catch you guys next time. Bye.